Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Chief guest is expected to be here within a very short time. Hello, am I audible? The chief guest is just likely to be here within few minutes. Kindly be seated. And those who are outside are also requested to come inside, please, and take a seat.
Sì, sì, Ale.
Hello, hello. Respected guests on the dais, fellow industry professionals, ladies and dear cadets, a very good morning to all of you. As Honorary Secretary of the Nautical Institute North India Branch and your host for today, I am thrilled to welcome you all to today's discussion on the theme of contemporary issues of shipping. The shipping industry faces numerous challenges from the fluctuating market demands on environmental seafarers unique difficulties, including long periods away from family, challenging working environment, and mental health concerns. Current issues in the shipping industry include supply chain disruptions caused by geopolitical events, supply chain disruptions, workforce shortages, seafarers, the need for decarbonization and environmental compliance, rapidly evolving digitization and cybersecurity risks, and rising operational costs. The geopolitical tensions have created security threats and forced shipping routes to be altered, impacting efficiency and increasing costs, leading to higher commodity prices. Digitalization and automation require the integration of technologies like AI, Internet of Things, and autonomous vessels is a major trend, but adoption, cost, and troubleshooting are challenges. As shipping has become more connected and reliant on digital systems, cyber security threats have caused the shipping to become more vulnerable to cyber attacks, posing risks to operations and data. The industry faces a global leading to elevated freight rates, and potential safety concerns. Factors like rising operational costs, factors like volatile freight rates, the cost of new environmental technologies, and increased security measures contribute to higher operating costs. Through expert presentations and panel discussion, we will examine these issues in depth and explore potential solutions. Our goal is to foster collaboration, share best practices, and wish to shape the future of shipping as well as that of the seafarers. Without taking too much time, let us set sail for a day of insightful discussion and meaningful conversation. Challenge assumptions and work together to address the complex issues facing the industry. On this note, I would like to invite Captain Dr. Indavir Solanki, Chairman Nautical Institute, North India Branch, and Project Director, National Inland Navigation Institute, NINI, IWAI. Captain Solanki is a Master Mariner with PhD Naval Architecture on inland vessel maneuvering from IMU. He is a postgraduate from World Maritime University and has over a decade of experience at sea and over 25 years in teaching, research, and academics. He is Project Director of the National Inland Navigation Institute and Inland Waterway Transport Expert Consultant to World Bank and Corporate Houses of Inland Waterway. He is the Chief Consultant to IWAI and Consultant on the Jal Marg Vikas, the World Bank project from 14 to 2018. He was Vice President at ARI. He is a founding member of the Maritime Trainer Guild and Forum of River Ocean Scientists and Technology. Let's welcome Captain Solanki, please.
Thank you very much, Captain Mittal, for the introduction. Honorable Chief Guest Shri Jain Singh, Chairman, Land Ports Authority of India. Guest of Honor, Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, DG Shipping. Captain John Lloyd, Chief Executive Officer of the Nautical Institute. Keynote Speaker, Commodore Dr. Arun Pratap Gulia. Retired government officials, eminent speakers, delegates, fellow seafarers, and dear cadets. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the Nautical Institute North India Branch seminar on contemporary issues of shipping, inland water transportation, and seafarers. The Nautical Institute is an international membership organization for maritime professionals working at sea and ashore and a leading authority in maritime industry. It is an educational charity dedicated to promoting the highest standards of professionalism, best practices, competence, and safety in maritime industry by providing professional development opportunities, training, publications, and accreditation. It provides a wide range of services to enhance the professional standing and knowledge of members who are drawn from all sectors of the maritime world. The with the consultant state at the International Maritime Organization, the Institute represents views of the seafarers and practical maritime professionals level. As a representative body, the Institute fulfills its role in many different ways. Membership by proven qualifications and experience helps to set standards. The technical committees ensure that the professional opinion and advice is fed back to the industry's decision-making bodies. Publications written by practitioners for practitioners provide the best operational guidance available, and the branches encourage professional development in local areas. The Institute has its 5-year strategic plan with its 4 focus areas as increase in membership and branches, information and publications, research and qualifications, continuous professional development, and the importance of human factor is central to the work of all 4 areas. The work of Nautical Institute is available to the whole industry to help improve safety and efficiency of shipping. One of the most common questions that is asked by prospect NI member is what tangible return do I get for being the NI member? Well, in addition to the professional recognition, it provides access to the monthly journal Seaways, books published by NI, discounts, web services, and standing in the industry. It also supports and provides guidance on continuing professional development of the seafarers. Amongst other things, opportunities, technical and social meetings, seminars, and professional developer assistance. We will hear more from Lloyd Institute. This branch has been holding seminars on themes of interest to the shipping industries, members like motor keeping element, COC holders have a career progression and the sector is developing at about 25 at 20%. Hence the management committee opined to include the issues of IWT sector as well. Moreover, the threats and risks of geopolitics and transportation. In view of this, of the Nautical Association Delhi accepted the offer of National Inland Navigation Institute to jointly host and organize the seminar on the theme Contemporary Issues of Shipping, Inland Water Transportation and Seafarers Today. The dynamic geopolitics is a challenge as well as opens up new risks that needs to be covered. The artificial improving of efficiency and the inland water transport sector, but it has its own challenges and risks as experienced about 10 days back by European airports in form of cyber attack. Both these new developments of different nature also pose different competency and requirements on seafarers, such as security concerns, GPS, certainty of voyage, paperwork, etc. Navigation in inland waterways, especially the narrow meandering riverine waterways with disruptions of GPS, etc., presents more catastrophic risks. Keynote speaker Commodore Gulaya and Dr. Commodore Shishir showed political risks and artificial intelligence in the maritime domain. We have Anish Joseph from DG Shipping who will apprise us about the latest developments in the maritime domain from a regulatory perspective, as a lot of things are happening in plan in Shipping and Waterways Ministry. During the technical session, we have a presentation related to risks and coverage, including the liability insurance coverage requirements of Inland Vessel Act 2021 by Shri Sanjeev Singh, who fixed P&I as head of Marine Department in New York. We have a seasoned shipbroker to cover these aspects. The efficiency of artificial intelligence and its role in shipping and management operations would be of interest to all seafaring professionals. The aspect will be covered by Captain Amit Bachchas. Seafaring perspective of geopolitics and AI is important. That will be presented by Sailing Chief Officer Mr. Bhanu. We also have a questionnaire to get feedback on the matters related with competence of seafarers and transition of inland vessel crew led by Captain Sojanya Sinha. Once again, I welcome and thank our Chief Guest Shri Jayan Singh, Chairman Land Ports Authority of India, who has taken out precious time to share his thoughts on the topic of the seminar. Without taking more time, I welcome the guests of honor, all the eminent speakers, delegates and cadets to be part of the seminar, get an insight into the topic of the day and receive valuable feedback from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sulaki. That was a very nice, informative session we had. To start, we have the honor of Gulaya, retired, ESA, Development Excavation Cell. officer has contributed to many books in addition to authoring numerous papers and articles in journals of repute. His published work include The Game Changer, a premier on the application of game theory to low-intensity maritime operations. He was the second recipient of the prestigious Admiral A.K. Chatterjee Research Fellowship awarded by the National Maritime Foundation. The officer extended 8-year tenure at the National Seafarer Secretariat from 2012 to 2020, where he worked with all the wings of the Secretariat and was a part of the technology wing when it was set up. The officer was the founding officer in charge of the Technology Development Acceleration Cell, set up under the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization in 2020. He was tasked with handling innovation for the Navy and has spearheaded the Sprint Initiative and Swavlamban. In this capacity, the officer worked closely with academia, industry and the Defense Innovation Organization. The by resulted in over 50 patents being filed by naval officers in short span of time since the launch of NIIO. The Rashtriya Rakshak University, Gujarat has conferred on the officer the designation of Chief Advisor in Innovation and has referred to him as the genius behind accelerating naval innovations. Post-retirement, the officer has settled to New Delhi and looks forward to continued involvement in the defense ecosystem, helping startups, advising venture capital funds, companies engaged in nation building. The officer will also be this is a way of giving back to the industry. So may I now request Sri Arun Pratap Golaya to come and address the gathering. Thank you. With a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I think most of the things he said. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure being here. I shall be talking to you about the contemporary issues facing not only seafarers in Indian waterways, but in the maritime domain. I am also acutely aware that there's nothing much which I can say which all of you don't know, given the audience here and the amount which you have, quite a few of you have spent at sea. I think there's nothing much which I can add. The contemporary issues are the things which are changing very fast in the maritime domain. I would see two. One is the fast changing technology, and the second is the geopolitical changes which are happening, which are also, influencing things at sea. So I'm happy to see, one, of course, that we will be having dedicated sessions on this through the day. But if you permit me, I would like to take you back and give you the historical perspective on both these things, which again is something which quite a few of you would be aware of, but I do see cadets there, so I always, it's always nice to see cadets because you get an audience who might not have heard what I'm going to say. So let me start, when we talk about the global order today and we talk about various things, the rule-based order, I'm not sure how many of us are aware of the role historically which the maritime domain has had into this. So I will start with Admiral Mahan, which most of you would have heard of, and if you haven't, especially the cadets, do read his works. He's been described as the most important American strategist of the 19th century. Not only American, he was probably the most important maritime and naval strategist globally. History, which was written in 1890, but the basic principles of that have endured. By 1880, which is just about 10 years before his book came out, the US was already the world's largest economy, and yet it was inward looking and it was largely non-colonial. And that is the time when this change in mindset and and the need to have a large military was brought about. And this was mainly by two service officers, Colonel Upton and Admiral Mahan, as I have said. The ship which he was commanding was tied alongside for months in Peru in 1884 for the lack of coal. And coal, of course, was the fuel for the ships in the steam days. So having nothing better to do, he decided to spend his time by going to the local English library. And his going to the library for the want of anything better to do probably changed the course of history, because there he read a book which was about the history of Rome, and the question he asked himself is, what if Hannibal Barca had attacked Rome, not by crossing the Alps with mountains, but by sea? So the question he asked is, would the history of the world change if the sea route was used instead of going over the mountains? And based on this, he developed his ideas. He wrote about the command of the seas, the slocks, the coaling stations. The coaling stations, as I said, coal was then energy, which you can now say oil is. And when he was coming back from the Far East, where he was also posted, he had a chance to see all the British bases, or the coaling stations, as he called it. And he realized that unless you have global partnerships, unless you have logistics wherever you are in the world, you can never be a great power. So he wrote a book about the influence of sea power upon history, which was largely also influenced by the influence of coal on history. This led to the neo-mercantilized mindset, where people started agreeing that nations depending on the seas need large navies to protect the routes, bases, and logistics. And refit and coaling stations are critical. Coaling stations, now you can take it as logistic stations. The greatest generals and most formidable land powers are ultimately helpless without the control of the world's major waterways. And this book and the ideas therein spread worldwide. So Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany ordered that a copy of the book be kept in each and every wardroom of every German ship. And he said that and I'm quoting, I am now not only reading but devouring Captain Mahan's book, and I'm trying to learn it by heart, which is quite difficult. It was a thickish book. The Japanese Count Kentaro read it with something akin to a burst of Zen enlightenment and took it back with him to Japan and got it translated. Theodore Roosevelt was a lecturer at the Naval War College, where Admiral Mahan also became a lecturer later. And he introduced him to the influential people, who have been called the war lovers, who started propagating that you cannot be a great power unless you're a great maritime power, and you need a powerful navy. It has been said that his ideas were probably the most responsible for the First World War, because not only the US, but also Japan and Germany and all. Very small steam engine. Thereafter, the railways came up, starting with the wagonway, which you might have seen in movies, that trolley which is pulled by horses, or it's even pushed by hand, but which is on a track inside. So when this came out, the first use of, in Britain, the first recorded use of railways was a wagonway, and the first public steam railway. So most of the railway, when they started, they were for transporting the coal from the mines to the ports so that they could fuel ships. So I find this fascinating, that how the maritime domain, not only the influence of sea power upon history, but the maritime domain has indeed shaped the world order. But let me move on from there to the NTMs, not the notices to mariners, which all of you would be thinking about, but the nexus between technology and maritime. The wireless radio was invented mostly for maritime use. And post the disaster on Titanic and the 4 international conferences which happened, and the changes which it had on, when the regulations came up about how the ships have to carry the communication for the ships, the amount of impetus it gave to technology is something which unfortunately not many people are aware of. And I mentioned the MIMO, which is multiple in, multiple out. Can I ask how many of you have heard of Commodore Arogyaswamy Paulraj? Anybody here? Which is sad, which is what my next slide would be about. Sea blindness. People don't know enough about the sea, including, sadly, in maritime conferences. So Commodore Arogyaswamy Paulraj was an Indian naval officer, retired way back. He's the one who made our first sonar. I would suggest, if you don't know him, try Googling him. And if you Google him using your mobile phone, please thank him, because the patent for MIMO, which led to Wi-Fi, WiMAX, Bluetooth, 3G, 4G, 5G, everything is in his name. Of course, he shifted to the US later. He's presently also Professor Emeritus at Stanford. But he is the man who gave the world MIMO. He was a serving naval officer and now retired. The invention of, to determine longitude at sea. So there's a very interesting book called Longitude. I've shown the picture here, which is a series, but there's also a book called The Man Who Invented Time, a Swiss watchmaker who made the first accurate chronograph so that you could find out where the longitude is. And starting from that to the transit system, which is originally made for tracking submarines, which then led to the GPS, which again was, so somebody mentioned GPS jamming, but GPS was a military system. The transit and the GPS were originally spearheaded by the US Navy. So I was just thinking that can I come up with an acronym for MARITIME, and each of them a technology which has changed the world, and I did not put all of them in because there are multiple things. So R can be radar, I is the industrial revolution, A is autonomous systems, and there are quite a few of these things which have been influenced by the maritime domain, and yet sadly we suffer from what is called sea blindness. We do. Especially in India as a country, we suffer sea blindness. So there's this trick which most naval officers, and when I say naval officers, I'm including the Indian Navy and the Merchant Navy, are very fond of doing. You take the picture of a geography and you just turn it around. And when you turn it around, you realize that, how can you not be influenced by the sea? You see there, and then you suddenly realize how much we are dependent on the sea. So I will not be giving you the statistics that 95% of trade by volume, over 93% of oil dependence, 35% of the world's population resides in the IOR region, which is what you're seeing there, because as I said, all of you are well familiar with it. But the question I want to ask all of you is that are we de facto an island nation? Is India, while being a subcontinent, de facto an island nation because our contact with the world has been through the sea, historically and even today. So when we reach out to the world, it has mostly been by sea. Due to a number of reasons, obviously we do not, even now, we do not have contact with the world through Pakistan and China. So I'll get into the geopolitics later, but as the joke goes, in India's neighborhood, we have less of neighbors and more of hoods. But having said that, even if you're talking about, the various facets of security, which Shri Jayan Singh and me, we were together in SCS for quite some time, so starting from food security to, environmental security to energy security and all that. But even if you see it from that perspective, two of the most devastating natural disasters in this century have occurred in the Indian Ocean rim. And the climate change is going to affect the seawater rise, and yet we continue being sea blind. This is something which, again, I don't have to show to this informed audience, but I was in Bombay 2 weeks back attending a conference, and everybody kept discussing the Trump tariffs and the effect it will have and what percentage of our GDP will be impacted, and most probably people did not even know about the high-risk area, and if it had not shifted back due to the concerted efforts of the Navy and the government and everybody in the maritime industry, the impact probably was more than the tariffs will ever have as a percentage of the GDP. because even if you're talking about the raw materials coming and then going back, and every time if you have to pay a higher insurance premium, which I think is a topic which is being discussed, so I will not go into the details, but I just asked AI what the effect is, and you can see the effect, and I'm sure all of you here know the effect more than I do. So it's humongous, and yet people start getting worried if somebody announces a tariff. People don't get worried when the insurance rates go up. So that is sea blindness. Ensuring secure seas, that's the Indian Maritime Security Strategy. It's a naval publication available online. Those who have not read it, especially the cadets, must read it. It will tell you about the importance of the IOR, the choke points. Again, everybody keeps talking about, even in think tanks, which I keep frequenting, everybody's heard of the Malacca Strait. Nobody's heard of Mumbai Vetar or Lombok or Sunda. So everybody still talks about the Malacca Strait, where, the shipping patterns are not what they used to be. In fact, I tweeted about this. I said Malacca is important. Yes, Malacca is certainly important, but things are changing. And we, unfortunately, still being, especially the think tanks, and I was just joking with the chief guest here when we were sitting, he was mentioning something about think tanks. I said most think tanks nowadays have become ink tanks, writing more than influencing policy, and they keep focusing on Malacca, which I think needs to change. Very quickly, I will now cover a bit about innovation, since I was heading innovation for the Navy, and the Sprint initiative, which was a backronym more than an acronym. First, we thought of the name Sprint because technology is changing fast, so we wanted to show speed. So it was launched by the Honorable PM in 2022. It was supporting pole vaulting and R&D through IDEX, NIIO, and TDAC, where, as was mentioned, of course, the naval officers themselves filed over 50 patents in 1 year. But the industry stepped up, and we had 75 technologies being developed in 1 year as a part of our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So let me show you a few videos, because a picture says 1,000 words, and a video, I'm sure, has many, many pictures. Two of the things which were developed as a part of Sprint. There is no music. It had some nice music, but I don't think it's playing, so that's okay. But in the first video, you see this gentleman who's pouring molten metal over himself. So the suit is made of carbon nanotube-based technology, aerogels essentially. And in the second video, the same gentleman on the same suit is pouring liquid nitrogen. So liquid nitrogen, of course, is at minus 196 degrees. So this fabric can take from minus 196 till plus 2000 degrees centigrade. And of course, it's also an invisibility cloak. Dual use. Not only from the maritime perspective, navies, of course, already started inducting these things, but how will it change anything and everything which we know? From your cold chain to your food, vaccines, one. Next, there's a portable hydraulic metal cutter, which was again Sprint challenge which was given, which is based on ionic pulse jet technology. Again, the sound is not there, which is, I don't know whether it's good or bad, but instead of so those of you who are in the shipping industry will realize that this thing, it cuts through metal, this thing, and it doesn't heat the metal. And normally you would need to have those gases which are, so you can touch the metal actually immediately after that. So this is again something which has been inducted in the Navy, patent has been applied for, and we'll be getting it soon. But more importantly, not only shipbuilding and shipbreaking, can you imagine in the highways, if there's a car accident and you can just go there and cut through it and pull the person out. The NDRF, right? So only point I'm trying to make here is, and last 3 slides, this is the critical technology tracker by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. India is currently placed in top 5. As per the rating, I do not know how correct are they are, or what methodology they've used, because I disagree with them. There's some of them in which we are not in the top 5, and I think we should be, especially say small satellites. But maybe we don't publish enough papers. But having said that, India is placed in the top 5 in 45 out of the 64 technologies. Yes, US and China are way ahead. They're way ahead in sheer scale and intensity both. But the point is, we are number 3 in the world in 45 of the 64 technologies. Just for comparison, the entire EU combined is lesser than that. So India was in the top 5 in only 4 just a a decade and a half back. So these are the things which are going to show you changes in the future. And this will affect everything, including the maritime domain. And as I said, the maritime domain influences technology and gets influenced by technology. So that is something which I wanted to say. 5 quick points. One, innovation need not always be groundbreaking, new technology, or it could be new technology, or it could be new application of existing technology. Both are important. For example, a paint, epoxy-based deck paint, again something which the Indian Navy has just filed a patent for, can be a game changer. It's not rocket science, but that is something which solves a problem which the industry has. AI will soon become all-pervasive. What applications can we think of for the maritime sector? And more importantly, what will be India's role? So that is something which I think we need to discuss in conferences such as this. Indian waterways has largely been underexplored in India. It has picked up certainly due to efforts of a number of people, and I do know that Captain Solanki shipbuilding, or if we get into shipbuilding, that is something which can build your economy in a major way. Shipbuilding being a mother industry, all the ancillary industries themselves are affected. So it is not about repairing or repairers, but that affects, it's a maritime thing which affects the country. Short sea shipping is another thing which I think we've probably not given as much importance to as we should have. The example I keep giving here is, say, of Maldives, who till the advent of the container shipping was our closest neighbor, when the trade used to happen in the house. Now, if the thing has to go from India to Dubai or Singapore and then therefrom to Maldives, it is no longer our closest neighbor, right? So, of course, that is important. But we also have to focus on, so you have neighbors, then you have maritime neighbors, then you have, so I am done. My only point which I was trying to make is, one, that sea blindness is real, and therefore, so is the need to combat it. And that can be done in seminars and conferences like this. I look forward to an engaging day of discussions. It's a pleasure being here. It's wonderful meeting so many of you, some of whom I knew from before, but some of you, most of you, whom I'm meeting for the first time. Thank you for having me here. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commodore Golaya, sir. It was by mistake that I pronounced your name with the wrong designation actually initially. Okay, I would like to now invite our guest of honor. He took command of merchant vessel early in his career and has continued to contribute meaningfully to the maritime sector ever since. Captain Anish holds a Master of Science in Maritime Affairs from the World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden, where he graduated with distinction. His academic excellence was recognized with the prestigious Kalmar Prize awarded by WMU on behalf of Kalmar Global for demonstrating leadership among peers. He is also a qualified member of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, United Kingdom. He has been serving the Government of India for the past 9 years. In his present role as the Director General of Shipping, he contributes to the development and implementation of policies with the nautical wing and oversees key areas including safety of cargo and navigation. The maritime liability regime, EAC activities under the STCW framework, maritime security, international cooperation and offshore operations. His contributions have also been acknowledged on the global stage. He was elected by member state to the joint audit body of the International Oil Pollution Compensation Funds for the 2024-2026 term, representing India. Additionally, he is empaneled as an auditor under the International Maritime Organization's member state audit scheme. Outside
Thank you, Captain Mittal. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, colleagues, fellow seafarers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the Nautical Institute and the National Indian Navigation Institute for coming forward and organizing a very thought-provoking seminar. Also, let me take this opportunity to thank you for bringing me to Delhi and being a part of this particular event. I am not new to Delhi, even though my current position makes me closer to the commercial capital. I'm working at Mumbai, but my founder memories of Delhi is during my primary school days, where I did my schooling in Delhi, and that's something I'm very proud of, and I'm very happy to be back in Delhi. Even though our parent ministry, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways in Delhi, I do keep coming, but every occasion I get to come, it gives me a lot of nostalgia. And second bit of nostalgia for me is meeting all the stalwarts of the industry, many of whom which I interact on a day-to-day basis as an examiner on the nautical wing in front of the screen, and it's a real pleasure to see you in front of it, even though there are few occasions when we do meet, but every occasion is special. So that's a special thing for me. Nautical Institute, I'm actually, incidentally, I'm very proud to say Nautical Institute has a India's Southwest branch, and I'm one of the founding members of the Nautical Institute, India's Southwest branch, so which is a proud legacy which we have. So a lot of association with Nautical Institute, and the work which you are doing is very commendable in terms of the education as well as the specific elements of seafarers, wherein you are looking at even the insurance coverage which you give and all. It's those small bits which make a lot of impact. So especially acknowledge it. Moving on, a very special year for all of us, especially at DG Shipping. Sir told about the sea blindness part. Unfortunately, that's something which we are aware of, and that's something in DG Shipping which we are trying to remove. And this year was especially important for us. We did our 75 years of journey of the Directorate General of Shipping, and as a part of 75 years, we had a series of commemorative events. We had three conferences. We had our specific documentary which was telecasted last Saturday on Times Now television. We are reaching out. We are coming up with outreach program. We are trying to bring in understanding about seafaring and shipping into the public domain. Is something which is very, very important, and that's why this year was very important when we celebrated 75 years. But also what was important was the Merchant Shipping Act 2025 was enacted. So that's something which we are looking when we look at the challenges which are forecasted, and when we are forward thinking, this is something which we need to take forward. And I will touch about it towards the end of my brief talk. However, what we are going to discuss today is the contemporary issues of shipping and seafarers, and it kind of reminds me of the movie The Slumdog Millionaire, where incidentally the answers to each question is based on his experiences, and each of the topics of today's the seminar is fortunately, or by way of my holding charge in this office, is what I am actually overlooking at. One, I look after the maritime security. I am heading that branch. I also had recently been made charge of the information technology and e-governance branch of the DG Shipping, as well as the other aspects of safety. But this is a very challenging 5 years which we are looking ahead, and Why it's challenging is because shipping is going to get affected. We are at crossroads in terms of significantly three major challenges which I would like to list out. However, there are much more which our speakers, before us had identified. First, I would like to talk about the decarbonization goals. And I am not going to talk too much into detail because we are going to have a series of panel discussion, but I am just like to specifically talk in terms of the directorate perspective and the kind of, we are looking, the foresight we are looking in terms of addressing the challenges. So we are at a crossroads where, incidentally, we are going to have our next meeting of the MEPC and their working groups. And we are at a crossroads because a particular country which had supported this initiative has come out against this particular decarbonization, which we are looking at achieving even before the Paris goals. And it's going to be very interesting on how this is going to come forward. But spare a thought, and in each of these changes which is happening, spare a thought for the seafarers, because a lot of change which is happening is going to affect seafaring as we know it. And it is not only in terms of you learning new things, and getting cramped already with overburdened examination regime which we have, but it is in terms of you getting the uncertainty which is out there, because everything, when we talk about decarbonization, then we have to talk about just transition. There is a task force which is working. They are trying to see how our seafarers can cope up and come and be aligned with the goals in terms of new ships coming with new retrofits or new engines with different kind of fuels, different kind of challenges. First is that. The second is in terms of geopolitical conflicts. And geopolitical conflicts as part of the Maritime Security Branch, I am sure many of you are aware of the DGCOM Center, the Mercantile Marine Domain Awareness Center. It's a 24/7 response center. It not only responds to any safety and security issues, but also responds to seafarer grievances. So it's your one-point contact center. And why is it important? In November of 2022, we had a very significant incident of the Galaxy Leader, which happened, telecasted. You can watch it on YouTube. Nowadays, propaganda is not through words, but it's through videos. And many of these incidents, you can go online and have a look. And we had an unfortunate incident where a car carrier was hijacked by the Houthi rebels because of the conflict between Israel and Hamas. The spillover came to shipping, and it started over an unfortunate targeting of merchant ships. So you imagine the challenges which a seafarer is facing. We had already the piracy which was operating. We tried to work together. The high-risk area was highlighted. It affected the shipping. It resulted in the insurance premium going up, the cost in shipping are going up. We worked together to bring the high-risk area away from the coast of India right back to nil. As on 2022, but now what has happened? The pirates which were captured, that was a different challenge. They were released. Simultaneously, the Houthi attacks started happening. Shipping got affected. Seafarers are not trained for these kind of things. They are not trained for military activities, and this is something. It's a new dimension to them. Incidentally, on a lighter note, I just. I was talking to one of my friends, and I said, you must be much happier now. HRA has been reduced, it's come down. So he said, no, I'm not so happy. I said, what happened? So he said, we used to get an additional allowance when they used to transit these areas, and that allowance is lost. But I said, okay, then came this new challenge. And how did DG Shipping respond? How did the Indian Navy respond? But since 2008, when the piracy started, Indian Navy took a leadership role. They had an operation called Operation Sankalp. They positioned a naval vessel throughout that period. Up to, they have currently even assets recently also, but not as the same numbers as was there in 2024, because the numbers of Houthi-related incidents have come down. But what we decided was, it doesn't make sense to give a convoy-based movement in such kind of incidents, because these are very targeted, very specific incidents. 18 incidents happened on Indian ships with Indian seafarers. Indian flag ships were never targeted because they were not in the target profile. The targets were focused Israeli or UK and US because of UK and US targeting Houthi sites on the coast. What we did was we collaborated with an organization of the Indian Navy called the Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Region. So IFC IOR is based in Gurgaon. I would request, if you get a chance, they are open to the industry and industry body coming. And IFC IOR partnered with DG Shipping. We came out with the DG Shipping Circular 8 of 2024, in which we brought in a new kind of a reporting system. And what has that reporting system identified? I'm not going to go too much into the technicalities. I'll give you two incidents. So there was this incident called Marlin Luanda. I'm not sure if you are aware of this particular incident. Marlin Luanda was a ship which was attacked carrying naphtha. It caught fire through projectile attacks by Houthi rebels. I was incidentally, it was a weekend, I was not in station. I got a call at around 1 o'clock. I was awake at that time and I got a call and the information was transmitted to us. So we have been attacked. Our seafarers are fighting the fire. We will try and do our best. The attacks have stopped, but one of our tanks are punctured and there is a fire. This video is available online. You can have a look. And we were following. We contacted the Navy. The Navy was not nearby, but they had four assets available in and around. So the closest asset, they deployed it towards the vessel. And there was the French Navy, which was the closest Navy which was there. They did not want to board the vessel for various reasons, but they did supplement them by giving them firefighting material. And we are following this tracking. Morning happened. The seafarers have been fighting the fire, and you can see the video of this particular incident. And by morning time, they were totally fatigued. Fatigued to the sense that they were almost on the verge of abandoning the ship because the fire was not coming into control. And they were very concerned about the structural integrity and the challenge that the fire could spread to us. Navy, what they did, we discussed with Navy. Navy sent their CBDD team, their firefighting team on board. They went, they brought along with the seafarers the fire in control. And it's a big message which goes out. What is the message which goes out? It's not about Indian Navy. If you see, it's the essence about the Indian seafarers. It's the message what Indian seafarers are capable of. And what did it achieve? It achieved the IMO Bravery Award. So I would like you to give a big round of applause to the Master and Seafarers and all the seafarers who are transiting this region. The efforts they're putting in to ensure the stability of trade. So that's something. The second one was a vessel called Ruin. Again, the video is there. Indian Naval Forces. This is one of the very rare incidents. Navy has gone, boarded, captured 35 pirates. And the important element is we have got an act called the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act. They cannot be, these pirates cannot be prosecuted under the BNS or the IPC. IPC is no more, but BNS is there. But this act allows prosecution, including lifetime imprisonment. So this is, in a way, a kind of different. There are a lot of other efforts which have gone in the background. You must be aware about this organization called IFCIOR. Seafarers are there. Please report to them. Ruin incident, it was on a non-Indian flag vessel. No Indian seafarers on board, but Indian Navy and DG Shipping responded. There's a lot of collaboration which is going on in this movement. So again, spare thought for the seafarers. They are the true heroes in all these instances. Challenges which is happening simultaneously. Now abandonment of seafarers. Indian seafarers are highest in numbers, unfortunately. And these highest numbers are not from the good quality organization institutions which are working, but these are for the fly-by-night operators which are there. And again, DG Shipping is now working. We have got if any time you are at a situation where there is an abandonment, the concept of abandonment is the owner is not giving you your wages, your necessary resources, so please reach out and we will ensure that you are brought back safely, your salaries are paid. We are also working as part of the IT governance to a grievance module which will be online, which will allow you to send either through WhatsApp, you can use multiple means, and the concerned organization officers will be, we will go on a coordinated response. It may have diplomatic implications. We will have the embassies of India or high commissions of India which are there worldwide to collaborate. We are also getting into MOUs with organizations who's partnering us. Like we have recently gone to an MOU with IGP and ISWAN. There are organizations where we want to kind of leverage and ensure that the seafarers' interests are protected. IT and e-governance solutions, we have got a lot of things which is coming up. One of the major thing I'm sure many of you must be aware of is we have already started a pilot project of making complete examination digitalized. Okay, and this is something which will definitely benefit all of you. We are not only looking at the oral is already now online. So I do remember I used to stand in a line outside an MMD to give my examination, and you are giving an oral from your comfort of your home. So do respect what is being given to you with every power. You know, you have got a lot of responsibility, remember that. But we are working even further. Now what's going to happen is your chart work is going to become digital exercises. We are already working, we have a committee constituted towards ensuring that this project is taken forward. Also, we are looking at other e-governance modules. Our current e-governance system, which is taken care by ARI. Now we have got a new partner which is onboarded. They are working on the e-Samudra modules, a lot of e-governance platforms, including, a lot of the modules which you will be interfacing with us. Now it will be through, so you will never have to come to DG Shipping or a MMD, which is I think what everybody wants, isn't it? so that's something which we are looking at. It's trying to make your life easier. We are trying to make it easy for you to reach us. Any challenges which is there, which is something we are there for you. This is something which we are trying to come across. We have a big social media outreach now. That's something you would have seen of late. We have got a social media handles. Please go and subscribe to those handles. We have got YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram and all, because all our information we'll be sharing. Even today's conference we'll be sharing. And even any information which is coming out, which is challenging, which is of information of importance to you, we'll be sharing. So please monitor those. That will be important to you. I do know there is a lot of disruption because of certain new orders, circulars have come. But remember, this disruption is for the betterment of the seafaring. We are working towards ensuring quality seafarers are there. Indian seafarers are the best in the market. Of late, a head of a very big company, which has got a big presence worldwide, was mentioning earlier there was a concept of the officers being Indian and the seafarers being of other nationality like Filipinos. But they are now transitioning into having complete Indian seafarers on board. So you can imagine the quality of Indian seafaring which is there. IMO Bravery Award was given to the master and crew of Malin Luanda. That's the kind of impact you are having. Please ensure that our quality of education, which many of the institutions which are there here today from Delhi also, they are taking care to ensure. So that is the purpose of, we are not here to stop professional opportunities, but we want to ensure that the right person goes across and ensures that safety of shipping is ensured. Let me take this opportunity again. DG Shipping now is going to transition to something called Directorate General of Maritime Administration. This is what is the takeaway from the MS Act 2025, and inform you that there will be certain additional domain roles which we may take over, including we will be looking at the offshore sector. We're just having a word with Captain John on that. They are also, Nautical Institute is also involved in the offshore examination part of it. So there are multiple other domains which we're looking into. And I hope we have your blessings and your support. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this particular event. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Joseph. I think the seafarers who are sitting here, they have got the happenings which are taking place in the Director General of Shipping Office and what they are doing for betterment of seafarers. So be hopeful and things will be definitely improving day by day. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Shri Jain Singh Ji, Chairman, Land Port Authority of India. Shri Jain Singh Ji is currently posted Chairman of Land Port Authorities. He joined LPAI in February this year. Prior to this, he was in Niti Aayog as Program Director. He was also served in Ministry of Shipping, Ports and Waterways as Vice Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India. Civil servant by profession, Mr. Jain Singh's area of specialization lies in the field of public policy. particularly in the areas of infrastructure and governance. He is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College, Delhi, from where he did his graduation and post-graduation in history, and the London School of Economics, from where he obtained MSc degree in public management and governance. He also holds an MPhil degree in security studies from National Defence College, New Delhi. He belongs to the 1994 batch of Indian Railways Traffic Services. He has served in various capacities in Rajasthan and Gujarat, most notably in Container Corporation of India. He set up a number of multimodal logistics terminals in Rajasthan and Haryana. He was associated with the launch of first double-stack container train in Asia in 2006. He has also served as faculty member at LBS, National Academy Administration, Mussoorie, for over 5 years, where he was faculty in charge of history and politics and took sessions in public administration and management. He was also the Center Director for Center of Disaster Management. Besides public policy and governance, his areas of interest include national security and geostrategic affairs. He served as Joint Secretary at the National Security Council, Secretariat under the Prime Minister's Office, where he handled matters pertaining to internal and external security, besides management of aspects of the national security architecture. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let us welcome Sri Jayant Singh.
Thank you very much. Friends on the dais, Captain Solanki, my friend and former colleague, Commodore Arun Gulaya, Captain Ani Joseph, Captain John Lloyd, the distinguished audience here. One law of economics which actually holds true more than any other law is the law of diminishing marginal utility and diminishing returns. So, you've been subjected to this one-sided bombardment of discourse and everything. So I'll try to keep my address very short and sweet. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. In fact, I wanted this to be slightly interactive, informative, but let's see how it goes along. I won't be talking too much about this domain per se, because all of you are domain experts and we have domain experts sitting. I'll try to bring in the perspective of a generalist as a policy advisor, and from the standpoint of macroeconomics is also multimodal connectivity, because at the end of the day we are all in the business of logistics, and every bit of logistics is multimodal. So the entire discourse will be resting on three pillars. One would be, what is the outlook, global outlook for shipping amidst the disruptions that we are witnessing? We've been witnessing now over the last, in a very pronounced manner in the last few months and over the last few years. The second would be where we stand as far as the policy interventions are concerned in Government of India, because a lot has happened in the last 8 to 10 years. And third and last would be a small brief on the inland water transport sector, because I gathered that the chief engineer, IWI, who was supposed to address, he worked with me in the Jalmar Vikas project. He is not here, so I intend to cover his bit also. Just give you a broader picture of the inland water transport sector. I believe the experts are here, so I won't get into the nitty-gritties as much. So starting with the first one, Captain Gulaya and Captain Solanki talked about the geopolitical risks and their impact and how they have adversely or otherwise impacted global shipping. The good news, in spite of all these dark clouds, is that the overall outlook is quite positive. And this is when I did a little bit of research on this subject, and I quote this, all the facts that I'm quoting, they are coming from the bankers and people in the financial sector. So they are putting money where their mouth is. So I take them more for their word than any other, quote unquote armchair expert. So the reason being that if we look at even container miles, as in the NTKM per container, The demand has increased in the last 2 years by over 7%, which is much more than the historical average. The International Monetary Fund also projects global trade growth to be in excess of 3%, which is over and above the historical average of the last decade. Then another good news is that the net supply on global fleet expanded at an unmatched 10.5% in 2024. This notwithstanding the fact that we were looking at a specter of overcapacity. Now that thing has been dispelled. So by and large, the demand and supply, if we look at the global picture, it sets up a rather constructive outlook for the shipping industry in the near term. That said, we are living in a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world where it's not only the unpredictability of the U.S. administration, but also the small or large global geopolitical flare-up that may disrupt. So we've had a short, sharp exchange between India and Pakistan. We've had these short, sharp exchange between Israel, US, and Iran. And of course, the Houthis and everything. So they have potential for disruption, and the recent developments in South China Sea would also impact. So keeping that aside, keeping these blips aside, the outlook appears pretty positive. And the global trade in goods, because we are not talking about trade in service, we're talking about trade in goods. In the last 2 decades has grown at around 2.5% CAGR, which is pretty steady. So another good thing that has happened is longer routes have led to higher vessel demand, higher insurance premium. They have pushed up freight rates. So overall, there is a buoyancy in the market, be it the pure shipping services and allied services, and the actual demand for the hardware for the floating stock. So this is the good news as far as the sector is concerned. And what are the prime drivers? The prime drivers is the most important drivers is an increase in the South-South trade. Now the increase in this trade within the global South is driven by 3 or 4 prime drivers. One is the de-risking, the macroeconomic de-risking by the large economies, China primarily, increasingly India, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa. So all the BRICS countries that we're talking about, they are de-risking. So there is an increase in South-South trade. And it's quite evident from the overall growth in the intra-Asia containerized trade that has grown very significantly at around 4% compounded annual growth rate from 2019 to 2024. And this also factors in those COVID years when virtually you've had the major supply chain disruption. Another thing that is coming in is that besides the diversification of the Chinese export market is that the China plus one strategy that many countries are adopting. So we are having forging of new trade relationships between India and ASEAN, the GCC countries. Emergence of Africa, especially in commodities, again is a big driver. So it's not only the East Coast and the West Coast. And then, of course, diversification in terms of commodities. Earlier, it was we were looking at mainly oil from Angola. Now we have a lot of minerals and metals and minerals moving in. And here, geography would play an important part, because if you have trade between Africa and Asia, so you'll have these long enough fleets. So by and large, the outlook is looking quite positive. Another, of course, driver is that the demand itself from Africa, and demography is going to play a major part. In the next 1 or 2 decades, we are going to see a very, very pronounced demographic shift, which will impact global trade. And since, maritime transport is, be it inland water transport, be it, ocean-borne shipping, is still the cheapest way of moving commodities across from one place to the other. I don't see any challenge as far as any other modes are concerned. Least of all, the railways. Coming from a railway man, you have to take me for what I'm saying, because there are 3 or 4 very fundamental constraints in railway movement. One is, of course, the interoperability of railway systems. So we don't even have a standard gauge. The gauge that we use in the Indian subcontinent is what's called the broad gauge. It's not compatible with the standard gauge worldwide. And even when we had, in fact, I just joined the NSCS when we had the longest lead of a container train from Yiwu in China to Felixstowe. It required about 8 or 9 transshipments en route. So of course, I mean, I'm not discounting the kind of efficiency that we have in the inland container terminals. The fact remains that it's absolutely no match for, seaborne container trade. And another driving force is going to be the growth in coastal shipping. And although in the a peninsular country like India ought to have leveraged the coastal shipping potential far more than it has, but it's still a work in progress. And the good news, I would come to it in a greater detail when I talk about the policy interventions in India. But the fact is that state governments are taking lead. So in the next decade or so, we hope to see this sector also emerge. So not only will it cover the Indian subcontinent, but also ASEAN countries, Southeast Asia, and so on. Another driver is going to be, the IMO's rather ambitious plan of achieving, this total net zero by 2050. So a lot of technological changes are going to come about, and good news about these changes relating to net zero, zero emission shipping contributes to about 3% of global emissions. The good news is that the world at large is sitting up and taking note of this change, and a lot of money is flowing into climate change and related areas. So we do expect a lot of infusion of technology, because technology essentially is either driven by absolute demand or some sort of a policy push and financial push. So with countries like the UAE also taking lead in green shipping and everything, so we hope to see a lot of development in this area. And here India definitely has, India and global South in general, has the advantage of leapfrogging the technology, because here we just jump from a rather elementary levels to straight to green technology, be it in propulsion or in materials. And of course, I won't talk about AI. People have talked about it. The improved sensor collision avoid AI-powered marine navigation system, mapping out the best routes, making real-time judgment. So all these actually look at reduction of human error, which will not only bring about efficiency, but also avoid accidents which actually cause major disruptions. And of course, this the infusion of this diffusion of technology would also bring about, is actually still is bringing about as you speak efficiencies in the port operation, which itself is a very, very integral part of the overall maritime architecture and landscape. So we can expect shorter turnaround times, less traffic, more efficient flow of commodities. And of course, another factor, which we have to be mindful of, extreme weather events, climate change. So with AI, you have better weather prediction, and one can plan routes better. So, and of course, from the maintenance side also, technology lowers the downtime for maintenance, uses sensor data to identify equipment problems, ensure seamless operation, and save expensive downtime. Predictive maintenance also improves. And now we have, when I was in IWI, there was a lot of talk of, hydrogen, hydrogen fuel and all that. All these things are still work in progress. Ammonia, biofuels, green hydrogen, methanol and everything. But the fact is there is a general push in terms of technology also. So, the entire global ecosystem of the industry is actually seeing some positive shifts, infusion of technology, infusion of funds. So there's a general buoyancy in this sector. So there is a demand. There is a demand side to it, which is evident in the growth of global trade, and there is a supply side push coming in via these new technologies, be it in design, construction, propulsion, navigation, and of course port handling. So we should expect the new, and this is not me talking. This is some couple of journals that I had referred to, that there could be one, economist in particular talks about, overcapacity of China. So that would have some impact definitely as far as the prices and all are concerned. So that would also be a welcome sign, because if it brings down the overall logistics cost, it will increase in greater trade and stuff. So with that, I would like to end the first part, which is about the global outlook, which is very positive. Of course, we can have these, black swan events, and climate change, of course, would be a critical element here, like the disruption we saw in Panama Canal because of shortage, lack of water, lack of depth, and there are limits to which dredging can be done or can't be done. So we have to be mindful of these. But by and large, the outlook is quite positive. Now coming to the scenario in India. So Captain Joseph talked about the Maritime Vessel Act 2025. We had the Inland IV Act 2021 that was. So couple of legislative and policy push which have come about with very, very extensive and at times very exhaustive stakeholder consultation. So they are going to be the primary policy drivers for it. But ultimately it is all a function of how much push in a country like India in particular, where we are operating at a very low threshold. We are just I had the data here with me. India has less than 1% of the market share of the global shipbuilding. So we have actually a long way to go, but that's the bad news. The good news is government is spending a lot. A package of about almost 70,000 crore has been announced. I looked at it at Niti Aayog, had evaluated these proposals. They are coming under three broad heads. One is the shipbuilding financial assistance scheme, about 25,000 crores in that. 20,000 crore for the Maritime Development Fund, which looks at the sector very holistically, including capacity building, which is a very, very critical part. And then about 20,000 odd crore in the ship development scheme, and 4,100 crore for ship breaking credit notes. So the idea is to look at the entire ecosystem very, very holistically and aim to improve long-term financing, to promote greenfield and brownfield shipyard development, enhance technical capacity and improve human capabilities. And the good news here is that the maritime shipbuilding market is projected to grow at about 4 to 5% to about $200 billion by 2030. And the advantage, the biggest comparative advantage India has besides its, the maritime geography, is the fact that these shipbuilding by and large is a very labor-intensive industry, and the world leaders, China, South Korea, and Japan, they are having issues with the demography there. So it's a golden opportunity for India. So in fact, when I was appraising these proposals, my main focus area was this: that how do we get more and more foreign direct investment in the shipbuilding sector? And the good thing here is that we can look at the entire gamut, the entire range of vessels, from the large, those Panamax, post-Panamax se leke to even small dredgers, cutters, and even the Indian water transport vessel, because we don't have that ecosystem here. So everything can shift big time here. So the good news here is that a lot of states have taken initiative. Andhra Pradesh in particular, we've had the usual suspects who are the first movers when it comes to FDI, Gujarat and Maharashtra, but now we are looking at our eastern seaboard coming up big time. We have Andhra in particular, Tamil Nadu, Bengal. Bengal has a very informal shipbuilding sector, which is doing very well, especially in the IWT areas. So there is a lot of bustle that has come about in the last about year or so, and we hope this to gain traction and a lot of momentum with all these interventions coming in. I'm not so sure about the demand side of the problem, and this is one area which I thought there'd be a greater interaction between the government, the industry, the shipbuilding corporation, the shipping corporation of India, and the private players. कि भाई आप supply side interventions तो आप कर रहे हैं बहुत सारे, you are infusing lot of fund, getting lot of technology and FDI, but where is the demand? And this is one thing we need to address. I mean, there are multi-pronged approaches. There could be some firm policy interventions whereby government can make it mandatory for certain PSUs, certain corporations to move their cargo via either coastal shipping or IWT. And the global experience, friends, has been that this, be it Indian water transport or the maritime sector, it has required a lot of push by the government. And the best example are the state-owned enterprises of China. And even if you look at the Korean Chaeballs or the Japanese Zaibatsu, they were all very, state-driven entities. So there is absolutely no harm, no sin in this kind of intervention coming in. So so I would like to conclude the policy, as far as the policy landscape is concerned, by saying that the government is making the right noises. It is putting money where its mouth is. It's really giving it a lot of push. States are being onboarded, and there is a general consensus which is across party lines, across region, that this sector needs a fillip, simply for a simple political reason that it generates employment. So this is the biggest driver for the maritime sector in general, shipbuilding in particular in India. I won't talk too much about ports. Ports have been a good story only for primarily for two reasons. A, that they have been the success stories as far as public-private partnerships are concerned. So when we talk about reduction in turnaround time, and I mean, when I was a railway probationer, I was working a lot on multimodal transport. My love for container traffic started then. Our turnaround time was abysmal. Things have really improved over the years. Still, we have a long way to go, but the graph is, steadily rising. That is one. And the second is, again, as I said, the state governments are taking a lot of interest. And here, in creating this whole overall ecosystem, the role of institutions like the NINI, National Inland Navigation Institute, is very, very critical, because this can then spawn a lot of smaller NINIs run by state government. So we have a similar institution coming up in Assam. There's a lot of potential of creating this system like this in West Bengal, in Andhra, in Goa, in Maharashtra, in Gujarat. So we do see this coming. Now, I'll focus in the last 5 minutes on the IWT sector. Now, IWT sector in India is very interesting. It's interesting because, you just Google inland water transport and all. Everybody is like going gaga. It's so much potential. We have these perennial rivers, navigable rivers, we have this, we have that. And now I was the project director of perhaps the most ambitious inland water transport project, the Jalmar Vikas project, which sought to create the entire IWT ecosystem from Ganga to Haldia. And a lot of interventions were made primarily in two areas. Creating and maintaining fairways, which basically meant dredging. Having some state-of-the-art multimodal terminals, especially where there was a lot of traffic. So we had terminal at Haldia, in Sahibganj on Bihar-Jharkhand border, one in Kalughat just north of, on the northern banks of Ganga near Patna, and of course one in Varanasi, which did not make any economic or logistical sense, but it had some other significance which cannot be discounted, because there is a political economy to everything. So we've been hearing a lot about this, and the good thing is, a lot of this, the good thing that we are hearing, we read about IWT sector, is backed by numbers. So if you see the overall compounded annual growth rate of this sector, it is well in excess of 15 to 20, between 15 and 20%, which is the healthiest amongst all modes of transport in this country, with the possible exception of maybe civil aviation, but that is passenger traffic. And the good thing is, something even better is that it does not factor in the informal traffic which is moving on our waterways. All the illegally mined sand, illegally mined minerals, the cattle smuggling, human trafficking which goes on, we don't factor that. And if you were to, factor that in, perhaps the percentage would go up even more. So that is the good news. And there is tremendous scope, no doubt. And the problem is that, the problem with this sector is that it cannot be, given the geographical diversity, the traffic flow patterns, the need for intermodality, and the logistical requirements of the logistic requirement demands today talk about just-in-time logistics. They talk about speed. So speed and IWT, unfortunately, they don't go hand in hand. So what is the way out? So what I'll do is, I won't talk about the scenario. I think Captain Solanki can talk about the scenario. I can talk about policy intervention, what are required. So number one is that we need to decentralize this a lot. So rather than looking at moving, export of black rice from Ghazipur via Ganga all the way to Haldia, which would take good 15 to 17 days of transit, I should not look at that. I should look at capturing the local traffic, the lead of 20, 30, 40 kilometers, or the cross-river traffic. These areas are very densely populated. These are very vibrant village economies, which actually can be made more buoyant if we have good connectivity. So rather than investing in large terminals, invest in small ro-ro terminals. So from the savings of my Jalmar Vikas project, we had a sub-project called Arth Ganga. Arth Ganga was nothing but commissioning 58 community jetties. And these again we improvised. You know, these were HDP jetties which we encased in steel and increased their depth, increased their width enough and made them robust enough to support the weight of a Tata 407. And the idea was to have these jetties on both sides of the river, because crossing Ganga, those of you who have seen Ganga, especially during monsoon, it's like a sea, it's like a virtual ocean. So to cross it via a bridge, a road bridge, one has to traverse about 5 to 10 kilometers inside, then climb on the bridge, then go very 10 kilometers, then come back. So all this you obviate by having good quality ro-ro jetties, community jetties. So this was a very low-key intervention from out of the savings of the Jalmar Vikas project, and something I am very proud of, because we could execute it when everybody, including our pundits from World Bank, were very skeptical. And people talk about, land acquisition being a problem, and trust me, I had to acquire land at 58 locations in Bengal. किसी को साला पता ही नहीं चला. किसी को पता भी नहीं चला. It never made any political news, no hassle, nothing. There was no following of nariyal, there were no cutting of ribbons. The jetties were made and they were handed over to the local village bodies or to the temple trusts or any individual, any person who was willing to take over the upkeep and maintenance. We did the maintenance for 1 year. We told them how to do it. And the best thing is that the problem we see with the Indian inland waterways in India is that our rivers are wide and shallow. Rivers ought to be deep and narrow. So there is a lot of, the shifting of banks happening, and, so one has to physically move the entire community jetty about 3 or 4 or 5 kilometers inside. And with these jetties, this work could be done by means of a tractor trailer. So it was a very low cost, effective solution. Now other states are beginning to replicate. So the point I'm trying to make is that we have to look at this sector bottoms up, not top down. Number one. When it comes to creation of the ecosystem, and here by ecosystem I mean the community jetties and the training of people is very, very important, because this sector has tremendous scope for employment. Logistics as a whole, not only about the merchant marine part of it, but also other value-added services like handling of cargo, packing, unpacking, phytosanitary, commitments that have to be fulfilled, the multimodality of it all, the last mile connectivity, a lot of employment can be generated. The area where the central government has to pitch in is to come up with some innovative, smart, low-cost policy intervention whereby the number of vessels can go up. The biggest challenge, which I really admire Captain Solanki's tenacity here. I mean, it's actually like banging your head against the wall. We had about a saving of 1,000 crore in the Jalmar Vikas project. I pleaded, I cried hoarse. Let me buy just 20 vessels. We'll import 5 from somewhere, preferably from Holland, because they have very good, the technology and everything. We can have transfer of technology. We can manufacture the rest here, and we can, place our orders with the local shipyards. Their order books will be full. Money will be sent to them. Let the shipyard take the responsibility for preventive maintenance also for 5 years, 10 years. It will be something like a wet lease model that is followed by, the airlines worldwide. It is such a beautiful model. Still, it is doing rounds in the finance ministry and the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. But what I mean to stress, see again, I'm not coming against saying anything against my previous ministry, simply because we are looking at a very narrow time span. When we talk about navigability of the Mississippi, or we talk about the navigability along Danube or the Rhine, these systems have evolved over centuries. हमारे यहाँ हमने 2014 से पहले देखा नहीं था. The Inland Water Transport Act was passed in, I think, in 1985 or 86, but it was only from 2014 when Mr. Gadkari took over that the sector got a little bit of fillip. So there is a lot of scope. There is work being done. A lot can be done. So we have to get more vessels. Number one, invest more in dredging. Now dredging of waterways is a biggest technical challenge that we are facing. We don't have good quality cutter section dredgers. We don't have what is that water injection dredger जो है ना वो भी नहीं है हमारे पास. और it's not a very high end technology. It's just that the state will have to support. I expect now the new chairman of IWI to actually take this on more footing and look at the technical side of it more than the market side. I mean, here some market intervention by the state is needed, but by and large, if you are able to provide fairways, you are able to provide vessels, there is, I think, enough traction within the economy to propel this sector. And of course, the last bit here, when it comes to IWT in India, is we have to look at multimodality. Multimodality in every which way. Better rail connectivity, better road connectivity, better warehousing, better distribution. The way e-commerce is growing in this country, especially even in consumables, even in perishable, e-commerce is growing, food processing sector is growing. That we need to, leverage the economies of the informal economy. And IWT is a good sector as an enabler. And last thing perhaps would be that we got to give it more time. Be a little more patient. As policy professor, whenever I made a presentation before some parliamentary committee or the NATO, अरे इतने साल से सुन रहे हैं. मैंने कहा हुजूर अभी देश को आज़ाद हुई 70 साल हुए हैं. ज़रा थोड़ा आप भी सब्र रखिए. So we need to be patient. So thank you friends for your time and patience, and I'll end my discourse here. I'll be very happy to take questions whenever, in case we have the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Jain Singh ji. Now I would like to invite Captain John Lloyd, CEO, Nautical Institute, London, to address the August gathering. Captain Lloyd has been Chief Executive of the Nautical Institute since May 2017, having originally joined Institute in 2015 as Chief Operating Officer. Previously, he was Professor Maritime Training at the Australian Maritime College. In 2014, he inaugurated a new Maritime College in Angola, developed with the City of Glasgow College and Sunangol Shipping. Prior to this, he held appointments as Chief Executive Officer of the Vanuatu Maritime College and senior post of Flagship Training Limited and Warsaw Maritime Center. John is a master mariner and served as a marine pilot in Namibia from 94 to 95. He is a Master Business Administration, a freeman of UK Honourable Company of Master Mariner, a younger brother of Trinity House, and a Chartered Master Mariner. In 2023 September, John was awarded UK Merchant Navy Medal for meritorious service for his contribution to maritime training and education. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain John Lloyd.
Distinguished delegates on the podium and colleagues in the audience. Isn't it great when you get your mum to write your bio for you? It always highlights the good bits. But it's been a real privilege having nearly 50 years in the maritime community, brought about because my parents didn't like me very much, so they sent me to sea. And so we're going to talk about sea careers in a minute. And I was going to talk about the Nautical Institute and the fact that we are the leading membership organisation in the maritime sector. But Captain Solanki did such a great job, and I thought it would be a little bit self-serving. So I'm going to talk about some of the things that we are involved with today and some of the issues which I think are facing the industry together, because I think we've got some real opportunities and some real challenges. So that's me. And I think one of the areas that we look for all around the world is leadership. And in the maritime community, of course, the International Maritime Organization is central to that global picture and global leadership. And I had the privilege of being at World Maritime Day on the Albert Embankment in London at the headquarters of the IMO, where we were really focusing on the themes which the IMO had identified, our ocean, our obligation and our opportunity. And my thanks to the cadets for highlighting those issues with their paintings and their diagrams in the reception at the beginning of the session. So it's really important that we are encouraging those messages to be followed. But what do they mean? And when we talk about our ocean, well, we talk about the importance of the ocean. David Attenborough has recently done a film called Ocean, where he was pretty critical of the fishing industry, it must be said, particularly bottom trawlers. But he has some ideas about how we can rejuvenate the ocean spaces to help with climate change, and as well as creating long-term sustainable solutions. And that's one of the challenges, of course, that is going to be faced in the coming days by the MEPC at the IMO, talking about how we can address the challenges of climate change, and in particular, that passage to the net zero, the challenge of net zero. I was at London International Shipping Week a couple of weeks ago, and the message has changed considerably from 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we were filled with dynamic enthusiasm for how we were going to achieve this. What great opportunity there was to make a real difference to the world through shipping, reducing its carbon footprint and so on. All of a sudden that message has changed. As we've got closer to the requirement, there's now a lot of head scratching about, wow, do you know how much this is going to cost? Do we really appreciate the investment that is required? We talk about the availability of fuels. One of the interesting observations I had is that hydrogen looks like one of the solutions of the future. Ammonia looks like one of the solutions of the future. I was at a meeting of harbour masters in Belfast, the International Harbour Masters Association, and we asked the question, how many harbours in the world currently will permit bunkering with LNG, which we've been familiar with for many years? The answer was about 40%. So if the answer is 40% for LNG, what do we think the answer is going to be for ammonia? And particularly those ports and harbours which are close to residential areas and so on. So the complexities of the issues we're facing, I don't think are yet even fully understood. And we've just seen with interventions in the United States and so on, political resistance and their punitive threatened responses to those people who do adopt a robust carbon reduction framework, particularly with the costs involved. So I think the underpinning message is we have real challenges in terms of the technical solutions, but also against the timelines that have been identified, and I suspect we're not going to meet some of those. And that's not to decry the timelines. We need targets, but we also need a sense of realism. And if we are going to make real progress, we need a much greater level of commitment and investment to meet those. An obligation. Well, I think one of the key obligations we have is to protect the safety of our mariners. And we have a great opportunity coming up as we look at the revisions to the standards of training, certification and watchkeeping. One of the criticisms that is often levied at the IMO is that, oh, it's an international standard, it's just the lowest common denominator. Well, let's just look at that in a little bit more detail. This is the Article 1A of the Constitution of the International Maritime Organization. And I'm just going to show you the bits here in red. To encourage the general adoption of the highest practicable standards in matters concerning maritime safety and the efficiency of navigation. This isn't the start of a discussion. This is about the IMO committing to the highest possible standards. So if it is not achieving that, that is the responsibility of the flag administrations in the room allowing it to be watered down. So we have an obligation and an opportunity to ensure that we have safer standards, better standards, and harmonized standards around the world. But it is a great opportunity for us to modernize what's required for training, to address the wider skills that will be required as we go through the generational change of technology and fuels, but also please to remove the outdated content. It is time to modernize the syllabus on all fronts, but also to focus on the personal skills that we need for the future. And a little observation from me, and we heard about the Bravery Awards, and I think one of the things there is that experience is really important. Knowledge itself is not competence. Competence takes time and experience. and better competence leads to safer ships. Expediency of training is not the same as efficiency and effectiveness. So it's a balancing act between a modern curriculum properly delivered and assessed, and it was great to hear earlier on about the developments in improving the assessments for our mariners here in India, so thank you for that. Supporting by great technology, but with sufficient experience and maturity. And on the other side, getting rid of the outdated stuff. Making sure that we've got the right faculty in place to deliver effective training and education. Being careful that we don't have weak assessments that actually fail to grasp the difficult things of failing students who are not yet ready. So let's just focus again on this little bit of experience. And there's a small quote here is that somebody who'd been involved with a major incident was saying that one way of looking at how he dealt with it was that for 42 years he'd been making regular deposits in the bank of experience, education, and training. And on January the 15th, that balance was sufficient so that I could make a very large withdrawal of that bank of knowledge and experience. And that was Captain Sullenberger after he landed the US Airways on the Hudson and saved the lives of all the passengers on board. You can't do that if you train quickly and ineffectively. The other thing we have is an opportunity as we look forward, and signposting of what we have to offer is really important if we are to attract the best talent on the planet. And we don't always present a positive message about the maritime community and the area in which we work. And I'll talk some more about that in a moment, because I think it's really important. I think we've got a fantastic sector that we work in. We're all sitting here smiling because of our experiences, the people we've met, the places we've been, the contribution that we've made to society. Not only as first careers as mariners, but as second careers in education, in regulators, in surveyors, in pilotage, in so many different domains that we can contribute to. Maritime insurance, the legal community, and so on. It is a great story, which I think is worth sharing with so many people. And just some of those things about responsibility, and you will be hearing all this to the cadets. Responsibility, reward, career advancement, responsibility for other people, flexible careers as you move into second and third careers. But it is a meaningful role that contributes to the global society in a sustainable and measurable way. Your training supported often by employers as well, using the latest technology. And an amazing set of life skills that you will develop while you're working with superb colleagues. And sometimes we don't always use that message as positively as we could. So I like to think of it as a thriving maritime community built on trust and support, and those are the messages that will help us bring in and attract the most effective talent for the future. And it is an amazing community. Millions of seafarers, thousands of ships, 95% of world trade. And of course, there's an important opportunity for women in maritime to make an increasingly important contribution. But I think we have to be really careful about the signposting that I talked to before. I worked for a while, lived for a while in Australia, and on the beaches there where they have these dangerous animals called the box jellyfish, they put up signs and say, there are box jellyfish here, and not many parents send their children in to swim where there are box jellyfish. They are hugely dangerous. And how do we signpost to our community? Well, our potential seafarers, our great talent that's out there, will look for information on the internet and just look at what the Missions to Seafarers says, and I'm not particularly picking on the Missions to Seafarers, but what they're telling us is that 1.89 million crewmen and women face dangers every day in their maritime careers. Well, if that's the case, we're not doing our job properly. So we have to be careful. We have to deal with issues that can make our workplace safer and more effective and more equal and provide greater opportunities. But we shouldn't distort that picture with only bad news. So I think we have a responsibility there. And I was talking to a young woman called Irene Rupka. She was at a meeting I was at in the World Maritime University, and I said, what do we do about this? She's chief mate on a crew of 4 ships, and her message is really, really simple. talk about the opportunities, not the problems. That's what she wants us to do as a community. And the Nautical Institute likes to be part of that message. And so just to say a little bit about why the Nautical Institute has got a role here. We are at the IMO, we are an NGO, we're sitting in those discussions. But this is what a couple of our members say: recognising professional value, a two-way highway where you give and receive information, contacts and the rest of it, and recognised as professionals at the international level. And then a young cadet from Fleetwood in the UK, the networking and the people you meet, it's an insight into an industry that you don't otherwise get. And when I talk to young people like that, it makes me reflect on the question asked by many people, are we ready for the challenge? Well, we created a few years ago a younger members council. They're all under 35, global representation, and I meet those people. They are professional, they're dedicated, they have huge energy, they have huge talent. So are we ready for the future? Yes, I believe we are. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, John. It was a nice presentation. May I request Captain Solanki to give a memento as an appreciation to the guest on the dais. Not this one, not that one. I request Captain Solanki to present a memento of our chief guest, Sri Jayant Singh Ji. It is a decision of the Nautical Institute North Branch that whenever we have a seminar, we do present a special gesture to a person who has contributed to the maritime industry in a larger way. And this year, we are also going to do the same. Of course, the name was not announced earlier, not written in the program, so we just wanted to give it a surprise. So today we have gathered here to celebrate the remarkable achievement of an extraordinary individual who has dedicated his life to many professionals in shipping industry through his tireless efforts, innovative spirits, and unwavering commitment. The recipient of this prestigious award has demonstrated exceptional leadership and perseverance. His work has inspired countless others and continues to influence many seafarers still. Without any other guess and no more delay, I am honored to announce the Lifetime Achievement Award to Captain Indresh Kharbanda. For his outstanding and continuous, can I request everyone to rise and great. Captain Indresh Kharbanda is a master mariner, fellow of the Nautical Institute, member of the Company of Master Mariners of India and Maritime Trainer Guild, a Freemason, and a seasoned sportsperson. He began his maritime career with Mughal Lines as a cadet in 1976, sailing on a wide range of vessels, including Super Panamax, Obo, Reefer, general cargo ships, and passenger vessels. He was in command of ship for over 8 years before stepping ashore in November 1997 to join the esteemed IMC MSI Shipping as North India head. After an illustrious service of 29 years, he superannuated from IMC in June 2020, leaving behind a remarkable legacy. With his extensive experience and a wealth of opportunities ahead, Captain Kharbanda was subsequently offered the position of head of Delhi Executive Ship Management Office in August 20. During the COVID-19 pandemic, he symbolized the resilience and determination as he navigated through challenging times when the entire globe was under lockdown and travel was on a halt. With his dedication and unwavering support of the management and his team, who tirelessly ensured that the business continued as usual. It was a testament to their commitment during the darkest days in the shipping industry or history. Captain Kharbanda concluded his tenure in 2023, making the end of a remarkable journey. He is a revered fellow of the Nautical Institute, served as the esteemed chairman of the Nautical Institute North and East India branch for an illustrious span of 8 years. His extensive expertise in crewing and recruitment across various vessel types earned him widespread recognition and respect within the shipping fraternity. His extensive network and esteemed reputation facilitated seamless interactions with governmental bodies, including the Ministry of Shipping and MMD, where he supported the sea staff, eliminating delays and bureaucratic hurdles. He is known for his approachability. He continues to share his knowledge and provides invaluable assistance to seafarers and staff wherever needed. His commitment to employees' well-being extended beyond routine tasks as he spearheaded regular wellness programs and exercise sessions for the office staff. Please join me in congratulating Captain Kharbanda on his well-deserved recognition. May this award serve to present
This has gone a little far. Delhi, a credit that truly to our guru, to our mentor, Captain S.S. Rivari, who did all the groundwork and secured bureaucratic clearances, but unfortunately could not witness this milestone. I salute him. Honored with the fellowship of the Nautical Institute at Sydney, Australia. Handed over charge to Captain I.V. Solanki, Doctor, in 2013. Yeah, Captain Verma, you have already told more than I knew. Not Captain Verma, Captain Mittal, I'm sorry. Yeah. And I've learned so many other things also which I was not aware of. Thank you very much for that. But picture abhi baki hai, mere dost. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I am truly honored to receive this award, and I not only feel flattered to receive it, but to receive the same in the company of very distinguished group of maritime community. Is not just icing on the cake, but the cake itself. I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to my respected parents, brother, sisters, who have been my guiding lights and shaped me into who I am today. My heartfelt thanks also go to my wonderful family, who have embraced the unique demands of seafaring life and stood firmly by my side through every circumstances. To my loving wife, Neeti, and our children, Ronak, Devyani, and Ishan. Thank you for your unwavering support, patience, and love. I'm truly blessed to have you as my family. I love you. My enormous gratitude goes out to the Nautical Institute. Thank you, sir. Institute for giving me this distinction. Thank you also to the award committee, Captain Solanki, Captain Mittal, Captain Verma, for selecting me. I am incredibly honored to accept it. In fact, this is easily one of the highlights of my professional career, I should say. It is an even greater honor to be placed in such distinguished ranks as those of the past honorees, most of whom have been colleagues at one time or the another. All of whom have made important contribution to my professional life. Although I am the one standing here accepting this honor, but award belongs at least equally to great team that I have had fortune to work with the various stages of my maritime career. This honor, therefore, isn't just mine. It belongs to each and everyone who stood by me over the decades. Thank you, everyone who played a part in this award. Naomi, Solanki, Captain Verma, there's so many like this, so I'm thankful to all of you. Saujanya, Thakral, and yeah. At this juncture, I quote the late Martin Luther King Jr. as my advice to the young seafarers who are future of the global maritime world. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but keep moving forward. Gentlemen, I would be failing not to mention Captain Erickson Lobo. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the bottom of my heart. God bless you all. Thank you.
Minutes as a tea break, and we assemble again. Let's say now it is 12:20, 12:40. We assemble here again. 12:35, 12:40. Last call. Okay. 1986, he passed his master exam from the UK. He has sailed on almost all types of merchant vessels and has commanded liquefied gas, chemical, crude and product tankers. From 1996 onward, he has been in the teaching side of the Merchant Navy as Vice Principal of FOSMA, New Delhi, and is now Director of Education and Training at Oceans 15, New Delhi. To his credit, he has started many maritime courses in India and written several books with the intention to make the subjects easy to understand. These include ROR, ship handling, adjusting the magnetic compass, ship stability, and metrology. He has also been an external examiner for oral exams in MMD, Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Verma. So, sir, please start the proceedings from your side now. Thank you.
I will request the panel to say.
Please, you can.
Captain Mohit. Beta. Most of them are my students. Captain Mohit is here. Dr. Commodore Shishir. Shri Sanjeev Singh. Hello, sir. Mr. Bhanu, Chief Officer. That'll be interesting. I don't see him. Captain Mittal. 4 to 8 watch. Come 15 minutes earlier. So our first presenter today is Commodore Shishir Suratia. I'll introduce him to you. He is the head of Center of Maritime Economy and Connectivity at RIS. He is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, from where he completed MTech and PhD. He specializes in strategy and management and has steered India's indigenous initiatives for marine and naval systems. Commodore Shishir has also headed several naval organizations, including the electrical and weapon design team for the indigenous aircraft carrier. He has worked on a large number of R&D and innovation projects. He has also steered task force on fleet modernization, e-governance, and knowledge management. Commodore Shishir has also served as the head of faculty at the Indian Naval Academy, Kerala, which conducts undergraduate and postgraduate courses in national and international naval students. He's also been instrumental in establishing a COE for undertaking techno-strategic strategies at CUSAT Kochi. One of the key tasks undertaken by Dr. Sharotria includes integration of the small and medium enterprises towards undertaking strategic projects. During his international diplomatic assignment as Counselor, Science and Technology at the Embassy of India, Moscow, from 2019 to 2022, he was engaged in strengthening the bilateral and multilateral science, technology and innovation collaboration between the government, industry, academy and startup ecosystem stakeholders. Dr. Sharotia recently edited a book titled Waste to Wealth, Resource Recovery and Value. Neil Earth Vision Implementation Navik. Oh, that's interesting. Steering the maritime visions
with stakeholders under the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. I present to you Dr. Shirotia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and the great maritime fraternity. A few days back, we had the celebrations for the World Maritime Day, and Captain John highlighted the theme which IMO has promulgated for this year: our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity. And India, with one of the largest force of seafarers, has an ocean of opportunity. And here we are today again celebrating the success. But today I'm going to highlight something which some of the speakers have already spoken about, but I'll quickly go through some of the aspects of the disruptions which we are facing. As you can see in the graph, the world trade volumes, how they get impacted with the trade disruptions is depicted in this. And this is from the IMF Port Watch, which is a very important website. International Monetary Fund is hosting this website, and all these disruptions are very, very typically covered there. And many of these disruptions were talked about, but cyber attacks, a new form of disruptions, natural disasters, you all know, transportation issues, pandemic, we've just gone through, shortage of raw material is also a supply chain crisis, and geopolitical and trade issues. So, many of these impact the life at sea, and especially the seafarers and our industry at large. The factors which have contributed to the recent wave of supply chain disruptions include many of these conflicts which are going on. But on the other side of it, the slide depicts the type of stakeholders which are involved in our industry. So you can imagine, right from stakeholders which are directly involved with the industry, but many of the indirect stakeholders are also getting affected through this supply chain crisis. You can see it in the slide, right from banks to all the other suppliers and buyers and so many other stakeholders who are involved. This data is very complex, and the marine traffic, of course, is very complex. But you can see some of the choke points here, which are depicted in this slide, and how complex it is. It is very important to understand and see how we can make sense out of this data, and all this is required to be done by the operators, the shipping companies, and maritime security providers, and so on, so many other stakeholders. Previous session, many speakers, one of the speakers also talked about the IFC IOR and its the Navy's initiative, and Navy has also gone into many bilateral and multilateral forums and many multilateral and bilateral collaborations to provide maritime security, not only the Indian Navy but the navies of the world. Partners or major global partners in ensuring the safety at sea. Maritime choke points, of course, they reduce the traffic and they affect the economies. And if we cover some of the choke points in detail, we can see how they have impacted the freight charges over the years, how they've impacted the risk premiums, and how they've impacted the rise in transportation time, etc. So all this is to be researched, documented, and because all this leads to the calculations, which are significant calculations for supply chains of the industry. And I must say that at Center for Maritime Economy and Connectivity, which has been established by Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, right here in India Habitat Center at RIS, we do some of these studies. My colleagues also do some of these studies, and we try and come out with some sort of recommendations for the industry related to these trade disruptions or otherwise. So if you look at the specifics, this is from UNCTAD, the Strait of Hormuz, which connects the Persian Gulf with the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, which is crucial for global energy security, and how the share of global seaborne trade volumes, which is around 11.1% across this, very, very significant strait, and how this has got impacted. You can see it on the graph on the other side, where the number of cargo ships and the number of tanker ships on a moving average have been depicted, and how these disruptions can lead to what kind of supply chain disruptions. The quantification of that is very important for the industry, and it has to be studied carefully to see what actions can be taken. Here again, the Suez, how much travel time has been reduced. Suez, of course, you are aware, and it's not a secret that how the disruptions have been affecting the daily transit calls. Similarly, the other important significant choke points at the Red Sea, which are also significant for oil and natural gas from the Middle East. What is the volume, how the traffic is getting affected. You can see on the graph on the right-hand side how the number of tanker ships could reduce or have been reducing because of these disruptions. Cape of Good Hope again, this is also from IMF Port Watch, UNCTAD. This is just to give you an overview that how the vessel, what is the vessel composition across this, and how the trade is getting impacted through the because of the supply chain disruptions. The Panama Canal, where again, which is a key route for cars, grains, and LPG, and many other global seaborne trade. Now, as I mentioned, in 2025, marine insurance faced heightened risk because of several global conflicts and geopolitical tensions across these choke points, and how at the rate of 7.4 CAGR, the marine insurance has been rising, and this again is a very important aspect to understand. And what is the market size? We don't have any P&I club, but this is the kind of market size. This is the added volume which our exporters, our importers are paying as the freight charges. Many of you, the youngsters, may not be aware. India pays 100 billion as cargo freight charges when we are the 4th largest economy as of now. And as our economy is growing, this figure is also growing. And just to hit that figure across you, I must tell you that this is 28% more than the defense budget which we have. Our defense budget for all the three forces, the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, is close to around 72 billion annual budget, which caters for pay, capital purchases, running expenditure, and so many other heads, whereas only the freight charges are 100 billion, 28% more than what we spend on our armed forces, all the three armed forces together. So this is the quantum of the money involved. We are a demand-driven economy, we are a populous country, and this is how we are significant to the world trade also. India, of course, faces a differential shock from multiple uncertainties as the world is seeing, and this is again a current challenge which our industry, I must compliment the industry and the stakeholders who are facing this challenge very well, not only in terms of the financial uncertainties, but in terms of the other aspects of resilience. We are a resilient country. Our industry has been very resilient. Our seafarers are the most resilient, and they encompass a large number of the global workforce. So I compliment through this forum all these stakeholders, and we need to do, in fact, even more. And what we need to do more is to be seen. Here again, the strategic location of India and the critical factors to the global supply chain have been outlined. But what's more important is that how we are trying to come together with all these stakeholders and building this industry together. Integration of the forces, integration of the stakeholders together is a very important aspect of leading this industry or being in this industry. So the Government of India has taken many measures. You would have seen the latest report, logistic report, where there was a miscalculation that our logistic cost was around 13 to 14% of the GDP. It is not. It is close to around 7% of the GDP. And the per ton per kilometer, PTPK, as the report calls it, have been calculated. And it has also been shown that the PTPK for the waterborne trade or the riverborne trade through the inland waterways and the coastal waterways is the least and most economical and most least polluting also. So we need to come together, as was the Chairman Land Ports Authority mentioning in the previous session. We need to come together and make that as a viable proposition. If we come together and do it together, I'm sure we'll get benefited, and all these benefits would not only be for our industry, but these benefits will go across to the global world, because they all add up to the cost. So these are some of the initiatives the Government of India has taken. The Prime Minister Gati Shakti project, the National Logistic Policy. We have also collated data together on a platform called Unified Interface Logistic Platform, and any notified body or any stakeholder can pull data from these sources from ULIP and can work towards the efficiency of the logistics sector or solution providing or whichever way it is. And these are all authentic data. Also, we have many areas. We have started the single window system so that there is ease of doing business, and these initiatives are important. Some of the other important initiatives taken by the Government of India are in the forms of customs, single window, or adopting digital signatures. We are also moving towards complete e-bills of lading, but that's a slow process. But then 24/7 custom clearances, there has been an effort towards that, and many other efforts towards improving the ease of doing business. Some of the other aspects which requires effort from the industry, and a lot of seafarers who come out. I met a person on the World Maritime Day called Captain Dhruv Soni, and he started a wonderful enterprise called Shipscart. So many of the industry workforce, those who have left the industry or those who are leaving the industry, because of course one has to move from one role to another, and here we can see that there is an ocean of opportunity lying in so anybody who has the domain knowledge can create these solutions. So as I told you, the market is market size of 100 billion is a huge market, and if you can make a 0.0001% difference also, you will be making that kind of money. So to the young workforce, it is not only the onboard jobs, but also offshore. You have so many opportunities, and also for innovation. India is of course one of the leading country for innovation and frugal innovation. So here again, you have so many innovation initiatives taken by the government, but many more can be done by you because you know the industry better. Well, what industry can do, of course, streamline trade procedures. What all of us can do with the government is all of this, but strengthening services and logistics that can improve the supply chain resilience and supply chain connectivity is one aspect. Of course, many of you who have the knowledge, we have also, the government has also created many mechanisms. 5 bills have been, five bills have become acts now, the legislative reforms in the last session of the parliament, and these acts are there to enable the industry. And here again, I would urge many of you who are there to come together and have an effort towards some of owning India's own fleet also, because that could also make a lot of difference. Of course, early warning systems and monitoring the markets is also very important. We have early warning systems for climate changes, for disaster and other things, but early warning for the monitoring the markets is also important, and these solutions are also there for you. So think aloud, there is an ocean of opportunity waiting for you. Of course, having an indigenous supply chain is also very important. Other than the marine insurance, I would not talk too much about the marine insurance, because the next speaker who is in line, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, is a very distinguished colleague and an industry stalwart who has headed the marine insurance sector at the New India Assurance. He was with us in our panel a few days back in the same hall when we discussed the evolving aspects of the P&I club, and some industry leaders were there together. So I would request him to take these aspects, but I'll just flash some of these risk management strategies, viable course of actions for you, which he will be highlighting. I will not speak too much about it, but there are some solutions, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Of course, the tunnel is not ending, but there is a lot of light. India is always blessed by the sun god. We have not 3 seasons or 4 seasons, we have 6 seasons, and there's so much of light all around India. So these are some of the aspects which I wanted to cover. Thank you very much. I must also mention it to the organizers, a big thank you for giving us this opportunity to connect with you all. And I must also congratulate the awardees and the Lifetime Achievement Award awardee, Captain Kharbanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commodore Shishir. Thank you so much. Yeah, he has to leave early, so Captain John, can you give him a memento? Our next presenter is Shri Sanjeev Singh. He is Director, Marine Premier Insurance Brokers. He has all-round experience of about 41 years in general insurance industry, out of which 14 years as a senior executive position handling marine insurance exclusively. He was head of the marine department in the New India Insurance Company Limited, handling India's largest marine cargo hull energy insurance portfolio from 2009 to 2018. He joined General Insurance Council of India as head marine in 2018 and worked there till October 2023. A passionate marine and specialty lines professional, he worked actively for the International Union of Marine Insurance as chairperson of the Education Forum, member Facts and Figures Committee and Cargo Committee. He is a regular speaker at national and international forums and associated with many projects in shipping and maritime insurance. He has played an active role in setting up the first fixed premium P&I product in India as head of Marine Department in New India Assurance, and has been a participant in various market initiatives and academic projects for India P&I. Thank you, Sanjay ji, for being with us. We share the same name and the same spelling.
Thank you so much. And it's just a coincidence that 3 weeks back I was here, and again the same fraternity, almost same fraternity I'm addressing. And it's nice to have this feeling, and looks very familiar and comfortable.
Thank you for.
And thanks for the generous introduction. I thank the organizers, Nautical Institute, North India branch, Captain Kharbanda especially, who personally requested me to come, Captain Mittal, Dr. Shotia, he was also
insisted that I should come. So I work in Hong Kong, but mostly stay in India. And my employment is in Hong Kong, so that is why the broker, direct broker, premier broker, gives sometimes impression that I travel from Hong Kong. It's not so. I have traveled from Lucknow, so very close to all of you, and we keep on meeting like this. So thanks again to my previous speakers, Captain Solanki, Dr. Golaya, Captain Anish Joseph, Mr. Jan Singh, and Captain John Lloyd, who have thrown a lot of spotlight on the subjects, current subjects, and the issues facing seafarers as well as the shipping. So I'm here to talk on marine insurance. Like Dr. Golaya said, that there is a something called sea blindness. Sea is all pervasive, and without sea there would not have been any international trade or politics or economics. Everything has underlying aspects of sea adventures, the vessels, the ships, and maritime power. So the same way I would say insurance, marine insurance of course is secondary. It's a supportive structure for the shipping, but is no less important. Without marine insurance, there won't be shipping. There won't be international trade. So a lot of things will hinge on marine insurance when it comes to any crisis, resolving any crisis, any issue related to global shipping. Well, I had recently read a book by William Dalrymple, and at the outset, that book's title is The Golden Road. It's a recently published book. At the outset, it says about the ancient Indian sea trade routes, westward as well as eastward, and there were so much of trade in those times. India's external trade, international trade was so much that the Greek emperors or rulers used to complain that a lot of our gold is going to India in exchange of the silk gowns which our ladies wear. So this is the position of ancient Indian trade. Those days we were having a lot of Southeast Asian trade, Western trade, and also we had a lot of land-based routes also to Central Asia. So what has happened now? When we talk about the global issues, when we talk about the choke points of international trade, when you talk about the tariff, when you talk about the sanctions, when you talk about the wars, everywhere it is going to hit the shipping and the free trade. I'm sure Adam Smith must be turning in his grave to see the kind of free trade which we used to practice a few decades back or even a few years back has almost come to such protective barriers where every country is trying to isolate itself against the other, treating them as enemies. But people say trade is like water. It will find its way. Somewhere or other, it will find its way. Legal or illegal, whatever happens, it will always be there. People can't do without trade, people can't do without exchange of goods. So Iran, despite sanctions, is able to manage some kind of international trade. Russia, Ukraine war, and there's conflict zones in Red Sea, Arabian Gulf, Persian Gulf, everywhere, some way or the other is being found. Whether it is a shadow fleet or zombie vessels or ship-to-ship transfers or AIS manipulation, things are happening that facilitate illegal trade. But here we are not here to talk about the illegal trade. Here we are to talk about how to find a proper legal solution and how to find a proper insurance arrangement in place to confront these risks and possibly mitigate this risk. Well, the geopolitical challenges, everybody has talked, almost every speaker has spoken a few words or at length, and there is no use repeating it. Everybody is aware about the Israel conflict area around Israel, Houthis, and Red Sea, also Ukraine, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, everywhere these are the conflict zones, and these are some of the major trade routes which are affected. Dr. Shotia has already pointed about the maritime choke points. Sanctions and embargoes have severely restricted trade and given rise to a lot of illegal activities also. Tariff and trade restrictions also have affected trade, and it is expected that trade, although international trade growing around 2% or 1.5%, could be affected this year. Trade is used as a weapon, and increasingly every day something or the other is coming up which is going to shock us. We also have a lot of problems with seafarers, mostly related to these conflict areas, these problems, these geopolitical situations. So when you look at their problems, seafarers' problems, it looks like all the problems we relate to business. This is one of the most important problems, the human angle. The difficulty is less than adequate rest. People think about leaving carriers. There was a merchant navy officer I recently met in one of the meditation retreats, and he was saying the stress is too much. The longer routes and lack of rest, abandonment, repatriation problem, all these things are affecting the morale of these people. So this is a time when we addressed this humanitarian angle very well. Of course, insurance can't do much here, but a lot of IMO or ILO collaboration can possibly mitigate this. Well, coming back to my topic, we need a Indian P&I insurance. Why we need it? Indian marine insurance portfolio is not very big. It's a very tiny portfolio. Out of 3 lakh crores of Indian rupees of business in insurance, the marine accounts for around little more than 1.5%. So that way is a very small kitty. Of course, as Dr. Shodia pointed out, that $100 billion are going as freight. So not only it is going as freight, but lot of insurance is also finalized abroad, like P&I. P&I, there is no product in India except for a fixed premium product, which I was instrumental in designing in my tenure. So P&I for ocean going vessel is simply not available in India. We'll talk about P&I later. First, we'll just take the 3 components of marine insurance. One is insurance of the goods, that means cargo. The other is insurance of the ships. And third is maritime liabilities, insurance of liabilities. So first 2 risks are covered in India without any problem. There is enough capacity in the market, and the risk which we have here can be covered indigenously by the indigenous company, about 20 odd companies which do insurance here, marine insurance. They are capable of handling any such risk. Except these days, the war risk, which is being insured outside, and P&I. So in cargo, the risks covered are, you may be knowing, but I'm trying to cover my subject, so I have to. The fire explosion on the ship, lightning, volcanic eruption, collision, damage due to seawater, accidents, breakdown, general average, war, terrorism, errors in navigation, sinking of the vessel. All these risks are covered for cargo as well as ship. Then there are other marine risks like port infrastructure. There is a policy to cover the infrastructure of the port, the civil work, the mechanical work, and the shipbuilding is a separate risk. Ship repair is also a separate risk. Then we have subsea installation, SPMs, and pipelines. That is also a marine risk. Then we have environmental, coral reef, marine life, pollution, and cleanup. So the environment, pollution, and cleanup will be part of P&I, and others, there are separate hull policies. Now we come to the P&I, the core subject we have. The P&I insurance covers all third-party liabilities, and it covers the crew claims, the illness, accident, injury, death. Then it covers pollution liability, cargo liability. If the cargo is damaged, the ship owner is liable. Then wreck removal, collision liability, stowaways or refugees which find their way in the ship's hold sometimes, fines, towage, and salvage. So these are the primarily the risks which are covered under P&I. And basically, there are other risks also which cover under P&I, but for the sake of time, I have limited myself to these 8-9 risks. Then these are the international conventions which govern the international trade as well as the shipping, and the MARPOL and CLC, they address the pollution and contamination of the sea. SOLAS addresses the safety of life at sea, including the crew. Then Athens Convention is there for passengers liability. And then Hague, Visby, York, Antwerp rules govern the GA as well as cargo. Bunker oil pollution, Nairobi Convention, and Hong Kong Convention, which has been adopted by India now, takes care of recycling of ships. As you might be knowing, Alang is one of the largest recycling of ships center in the world. Now we come to Inland Vessels Act 2021, because this was a request by one of the members that we should cover Inland Vessels Act also. And Inland Vessels Act basically addresses third-party liability, crew and injury death claim, passenger injury, pollution liability, cargo liability, wreck removal, and collision liability. So basically what happens that it has incorporated some of the aspects of P&I liability and put it into Act. And one of the peculiar part is that it has made insurance company also liable for these things, which normally is not there. So it has become a like motor third party liability case where the aggrieved person can directly sue the insurance company who has issued the policy. So a lot of things are happening in the way, against the issuing of such a policy, because many insurance companies do not have the product, and if they have, they are not willing to give adequate coverage in terms of Act, which is of course compulsory liability. So, but the Act is there, the liability is compulsory, but the insurance cover is not there. Here we'll just have a few graphics which relate to huge claims in the history of P&I. This is one of the largest $4 billion claim related to cleanup, civil liability, pollution, criminal act and fines. This happened in Alaska in 1989 and is still regarded as one of the largest P&I claims. Then we have Costa Concordia disaster. This is also a $2 billion liability claim where passenger and crew, wreck removal, largest part was wreck removal, removing this ship from the place where it was, it cost about $1.5 billion. So it was also one of the largest P&I case. And then we have Ever Given, which is of recent. Everybody is aware how the ship got the Suez Canal blocked for 6-7 days, causing losses in traffic. But at the same time, there was also a liability which was around $700 million. This is a recent case. MV Dali is still being contested, and it is expected to cross even Exxon Valdez because there's a lot of money needed to reconstruct the bridge and expected to be more than $4 billion. The limitation fund has been set up and they are still trying to contest the amount of quantum of liability. And coming to the context of India, I don't have the cases highlighted here, but I can tell you that Indian shores are also not free from the P&I liability. P&I liabilities are there around Kerala, in Mumbai also, MSC Chitra and Khaleejia collided and that caused a big P&I liability claim. There was another very tragic but unusual incident in the ONGC rig where one of the vessels collided with the rigs and it caused a very heavy loss. The entire rig was blown up, it caused fire and about 22 persons had died in that. So recently in Ennore and very recently MSC Elsa, the Kerala government has filed a 1,000 crore claim against the vessel for polluting the waters, coastal waters. Now look at these clubs. There are 12 clubs which we call IG clubs. There are smaller clubs also and there are smaller facilities in some of the countries like Turkey, Korea, in UAE, which offer fixed premium P&I cover. But mostly these are the clubs which control almost 90% of the P&I insurance. They are corporate form, they have a corporate form, they have member-owned mutual insurance model, and they work like a modern corporate with managers and correspondents everywhere, all over the world, in most of the ports. They do admit members based on their credentials, the fleet, and they also do special entries on fixed premium. They issue letter of undertakings whenever the vessels are arrested for any violation. And they also settle claims up to 3.1 billion current capacity. They do have a 10 million capacity for individual club members, but in excess of that, there is a pool arrangement for 100 million, and in excess of 100 million, there is a reinsurance which offers total liability up to $3.1 billion. In India, we have an admitted insurance regime, means anybody who provides insurance to Indian interests has to be registered with IRDA. So you cannot buy insurance from foreign companies. However, for P&I, since it is not available, so P&I exemptions are given every 1 year or 2 years to buy insurance abroad. So most of the clubs, they cover the about 400 numbers of 400 odd numbers of ocean-going vessels through their own P&I arrangements. So there was always a very acute need felt right from 2012 when Iranian sanctions were imposed and the Indian vessel owners refused to carry the oil because there was no P&I cover. Or the moment they touch Iranian oil, the P&I cover will be off. So that is why there was a $50 million pool was set up. It catered for one voyage. In one voyage, there was so much of issues related to sanction that thereafter there was no voyage. So one voyage led to, freezing of one of the bank accounts, which was a US bank, so in one of the foreign countries. So the consequences can be indirect and they can be so severe that people will not venture again. So that is how that experiment failed. And after this Russian-Ukraine war, again, a pool was set up. A pool was set up for about 500 crores for cargo interest. It was not good enough for P&I, it was not good enough for ships, and it was not good enough for even oil cargoes, which are heavy in value. So the 500 crore catered to mostly fertilizers, machinery, and other things. So that pool was set up, which is without sanction clause. So that was the capacity of individual companies plus GIC. Well, this is a history. I'm not going into that history of how P&I in a very nascent stage started. And today we have at least one fixed premium P&I club catering to vessels, coastal vessels, up to $15 million. So that is the cap right now. Indian P&I has a capacity of $15 million, good enough for Indian coastal vessels and India and inland water vessels. Beyond that, you have to go abroad to buy it. Challenges are same way, capacity is not there, there is legislative, because everybody who has to come from abroad to set up a P&I needs to have that kind of permission from IRDA, which needs a legislative change. Mutuals are not permitted, so they cannot set up a mutual club here. But yes, as I said, the solution is like Turkey has done, like China, Russia, UAE, all of them have done. They have started a fixed premium small P&I for their coastal vessels, and they have entered into reinsurance arrangement with the foreign clubs to cater for the ocean-going vessels up to the $3.1 billion or at least $1 billion capacity. So that is the way to go. It's a long journey, but since right now India is in a position where it is looking inwards for developing all kinds of capacity, all kinds of insurance capacity, all kinds of sustainability. So maybe the time has come to think deeply into an Indian P&I setup. So with this, thank you for your kind attention, and thank you for the organizer once again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. Very interesting for people who understand or teach insurance. One of my favorite topics, by the way. I've always wanted an Indian P&I club for ocean-going ships. I've been talking about it in MTG and other forums. I hope one day we will see one. We are optimistic. Our next presenter is none other than Captain Mohit Kapoor. What can I say about him? A lot of things. When I started to teach on my first day, he was my first student. Captain Mohit Kapoor went to sea as a cadet with the Great Eastern Shipping Company in 1989. In 1999, he passed his master's exam from the United Kingdom. A pure tankerman, he served on all the types of ships, oil ships like product tankers, chemical tankers, rowboats, VLCCs, FSOs, FPSOs. He was in command of the world's fifth largest ULCC, the 400,000-tonner Caribbean Blue. From 2007 onwards, He has been involved in commercial shipping, and from 2010 he is running his own shipbroking firm, Maricon, and paneled with all government PSUs and with all major dry bulk carriers like Tata, Jindal, Vedanta, Aditya Birla Group. In the last 15 years, he has helped many ship operating companies to start commercial chartering worldwide. He has also helped PSUs like SAIL, IWT Seafarers, and many other Indian charterers in starting independent chartering operations. His company Maritime India Private Limited is successfully carrying out various chartering activities like bunkering, voyage fixture, COAs, and time charters for all types worldwide in all dry bulk segments and routes. In coming years, his vision is to create 100 new ship owners in India. Captain Mohit Kapoor.
Thank you so much, sir. Captain Verma, thank you for inviting me here. I still don't know what I can add here. Thank you, sir. All of you have taught me. I was a cadet, and when I came for second mate's, first time exams were started in Delhi, and that is how I was the first student, and we started second mates in Delhi. That was when Captain Rewari was very much there, and everything was still safe. It was always, whenever I come back here, it's all like home. Delhi is home, and as much as activity can be done in Delhi, it's easier for us. We don't need to go to Bombay. We can do it from here. Exams, and then I stopped sailing. I had an option to be in Singapore, to be in the company in Tanker Pacific. But I thought, I need to come back home. So I just came back here. And interestingly, I became a shipbroker. And, all of us look at ships in a different way. It's like the tail, you think it is somebody's choti, and if you look at the leg, you think it is a khamba or something like that. So we all look at shipping from a different perspective, everyone. So commercial shipping and commercial chartering has always been exclusive for a lot of us. We don't get an opportunity. We know how to drive a ship, turn right, left, and make sure everything goes smooth. So chartering, interestingly, is the only area which the ship owner finds very interesting, because that's the only arm which is earning for him. So everything else that you are doing, talking and operation, technical, safety, sab kharcha hai. Money is going out. The only way a ship owner is going to remain in shipping is by knowing where the moolah is coming from. As long as the money is coming in, you are in business, and you can have every fancy thing that is associated with it. So that's how it goes. The benefit that any of you may have from my being here is that I'm a broker right now. As I'm talking to you, I'm trying to fix 2-3 ships. I have a few counters going on. That's why I was busy on the phone with a cargo from US which has to come to India. So I'm a live ship broker. I deal with the world's largest and biggest ship owners and the largest and biggest charterers, Rio Tinto, BHP, Vale, Steel Authority, Tata. So everybody that is in the top of the book is here on our list. And I do it all from Delhi. So they keep on telling me, so where are you doing it from? Bombay? I said, no, I'm doing it from Dwarka. It's good enough. I don't need to go anywhere else to do it. So coming to the topic that has been given to me, geopolitics and its impact on commercial shipping. So the way I look at it is that business is always thriving. We can come and say whatever problems we can show to the world, but business is always thriving. Just the equations are changing. If a company is able to adapt to the new scenario, and like all of us, if we are in touch with whatever changes are going on, we remain in business. If you don't evolve, you stay on the ship, you keep sailing, you are good for sailing, but for the other things you become redundant, So I know Captain Verma, what all he has done after he stopped sailing, and so many things that he's been involved with. Captain Solanki, kahan se kahan, Farakha to everywhere you've been through. People don't even know what we have done. So if you have to keep evolving, then new things come your way, and you have to be ready to grab those opportunities as and when they come. So shipbroking is being taught only by Narsi Monji. That's for you, Naomi. No shipbroking institute in Delhi. So we don't need to wait for anything. People have to go to Bombay. Sahil is there. He's doing an MIS course from Bombay now. So if we had this small thing here, we can have many shipbrokers, and commercial shipping is again something that our seafarers are not getting into. It is such an easy way of making money. बहुत जितने भी कम पढ़े लिखे हैं खासतौर पे उनके लिए, you know, you don't need to be too technical. You just need to know how things move. So many of us are working from Singapore, Dubai, and a lot of places. So when I don't know how many seafarers are here. I see only a few cadets. So eventually, we have, right? Okay. So if you have, this is a career option, very easy career option, in fact, if you just stay alert and if you're given an opportunity. So now to simply talk about few things, not to make it very PSU. It's not applicable to private companies, but all companies like SAIL, IOC, RINL, NMDC, Department of Fertilizer, there cannot be a ship which even has a DOC from China Hong Kong company. So that is affecting India in a big way because the freight cost is going up. So many Chinese ships are not allowed to take part in all the tenders which are there for Indian shipping. So this has been going on for the last 5 years now. And new owners are, so I used to work with Noble, you know, the Captain Harry Bangal's company. I was fixing ships with them. And all of a sudden, Hong Kong ships are now not allowed to work. So you have to go and find out somebody else to work with. Entire equation changes. So it affects. But then you find solutions. So many people go out of business, new people come into business. So we estimate Steel Authority of India Limited is paying almost $1.5 to $2 per ton extra on every shipment that they are bringing into India. Tatas are not buying any cargoes from any Russian cargo. So Tata also has to, take care of that loss somewhere else. So India-China conflict, hopefully now it will be resolved, and if government is free to work with China, then this problem may be solved. The next is Ukraine-Russia war. This is the most interesting one. So Indian government's position has been very interesting, a lot of debate, a lot of ideas. But forget India, worldwide people have made millions who could trade in Russia. On one voyage, owners have made $1 million on a single voyage. Normally when you have a voyage, you make profit and loss of $50,000 or $100,000. If you make $200,000, then you've done very smart calculation. But if you simply carry a Russian cargo, they've made $1 million on each ship. So Indian government is importing coal from Russia, from Vanino, from Baltic, and from Black Sea. So we also take part in all the auctions. It's a big challenge to find owners, but that's ongoing. So a lot of businesses, like I said, equations are changed. So US, they have OFAC. They keep finding out which are the sanctioned companies. So they ban them, and then they go and they open a shop somewhere else. Then again they ban them, and then they go and open a shop in Dubai. And so you find a lot of people in Dubai now. They're all running away from Russia. So Ukraine conflict is a major thing. Then Gulf of Aden transit, people have already spoken. So I think none of the Indian companies are now transiting the Gulf of Aden anymore. Shipping Corporation is not doing, Great Eastern is not doing, GMS used to do, they have also stopped. So no Indian ships are transiting Gulf of Aden now. It is costing almost $65,000 to $200,000 extra for one transit if you have to go to that side. So most of the ship owners are avoiding that kind of a charter party, which is giving a chance to Chinese to take all those cargoes. And they tell me, oh, no problem, Chinese ships, Houthi is not going to bomb us, no problem. So Chinese ships are happily going from here to whether they have to go to Med or wherever, and they are making money. A lot of money they are making. And interesting one now, which kicks in from 14th of October, is the USTR restriction. So Donald Trump wants to catch hold of everybody in the world, and first China. So any ship which is built in China, owned by China, has anything to do with China, if it is going to call US, they have to pay up to $1 million extra for just calling US. I'm just making it not very technical, just very short. So there are exceptions. So this is a very big thing. And India, of course, imports a lot of coal from Norfolk, from Newporties, from US Gulf. A lot of coal comes to India. So if this regulation comes in seriously, it's going to have a very big impact. So US trade regulations, and we still have to see how much effect will be. We just fixed a ship now. So there are ways to go around it also. So you take a ship which is less than 80,000 ton dead weight. So the ship we fixed last week is 79,000 ton dead weight. So no rule applies to us. And you simply take that ship to US and you make your money. And lastly, not many people have spoken. Venezuela is also under Donald Trump's radar. So Venezuela, there is a sanction on all the petroleum products. He doesn't want them to do anything to do with oil that on their own. So pet coke also becomes part of the same tree. So Venezuela is also going to have restrictions, and that is that can have big impact on us because Jindals have bought a big mine in Venezuela on the Orinoco River. In fact, just yesterday I have negotiated a ship from Orinoco River to China. So, but if sanctions come in, then there will be a big problem, and so much of investment will be of no use. So Venezuela is the next one that is likely to happen. So that's how it goes. It is not something that we are very small people to worry about. We need to just know what is happening and stay within the rule book and figure out a way out how to keep going. That is the way it is. Right, sir? Thank you so much. Anything else, sir?
Thank you, Mohit. I always knew you had something up your sleeve, long time ago. Okay. Our next presenter is, I'm very proud of him also, Captain Amit Bachars. You know, simulation is his forte, and my institute and we are always in talk with him. I will try to introduce him to the best. Captain Amit is an accomplished maritime leader and Vice President of ARI Simulation, where he has spent 17 years at the forefront of maritime training, simulation design, digital transformation, with a career that bridges hands-on seafaring experience and strategic technology. He has been instrumental in delivering next-generation simulation and training solutions for clients across the globe, a master mariner with more than a decade of command experience at sea. Captain Bachars brings deep operational insight into navigation, ship handling, and ship management. His extensive background as both a mariner and maritime trainer allows him to blend authenticity with educational rigor, ensuring that simulation technologies mirror real-world challenges while achieving high pedagogical value. At ARI Simulation, he has led multiple programs integrating artificial intelligence into marine and offshore simulators. Recent work includes AI-driven innovations, enhanced simulation realism, decision support tools, predictive analytics, and adaptive learning frameworks, enabling more effective and responsive training environments. These advancements help seafarers and maritime organizations prepare for a rapidly evolving industry landscape shaped by digital transformation and regulatory challenge. Holding an MBA, Captain Bachars combines strategic vision with technical depth, leading multidisciplinary teams across continents. He has guided numerous high-value projects for naval academies, maritime universities, and shipping companies, ensuring that each solution aligns cutting-edge technology with operational excellence. Captain Bachars is recognized for his contributions to maritime education, digital ecosystems, and AI-enabled training methodologies. His insights focus on how emerging technologies can empower the maritime workforce, strengthening safety culture, and support sustainable growth in shipping. Captain Bachars, for you, gentlemen.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for nice words. That's the benefit of having a mentor at the desk. So the topic which has been given is AI in shipping and inland waterways, the digital tide. So I have been given a limited time for such a large topic. I will try to cover as much as possible. So the topics we are going to take over is core drivers for change, maritime industry trends in 2025, AI in operation, AI in training, new age solutions, some mythbusters. Anybody you ask today about AI, and chances are he will say, yeah, I know everything. And then a way ahead, without wasting time. So the why now? What are the core drivers for such a change? Why there is suddenly a push of AI adoption, which is just about, not about technology, but it's a direct response to urgent global as well as national pressures demanding a smarter, cleaner, and more competitive maritime industry. So some of these topics already talking about global regulatory push, which includes IMO 2050 vision, net zero emissions, EU emissions trading system, CIE or EEXI ratings, or even at national front, Indian imperatives such as Sagarmala, Jalmarg Vikas, National Green Hydrogen Mission. Some of these were already covered in the morning, so I will not go in detail, but at the same time, industry has its own challenges. Inland waterways are underutilized, it needs modernization, crew shortage and rising training needs, congestions, safety risk, and emission pressure at the ports. I think everybody has gone in detail on these decarbonization guidelines, scorecards, ETS financial liability, where we have to pay fines for extra emissions. So I will skip that, but definitely we can have AI as operational infrastructure, and where we are saying that AI is moving beyond simple software and becoming a core intelligence layer for decision making from the engine room to the logistic frameworks, where we can see some quantifying gains. As you can see, unplanned downtime reduction by 40% by using AI, fuel consumption reduction by approximately 15%, port waiting time reductions by approximately 25%, maintenance cost saving by more than 20%. And then of course, preventive maintenance flow, where they are sensor fusions for real-time data stream, AI anomaly detection, and proactive scheduling. It's like you have a 24/7 vigilant chief engineer, which is AI. Then you have the trend for the human AI symbiosis, training for autonomy. The role of the seafarer is shifting from manual operators to technology drivers, creating a need for adaptive and high-fidelity training to manage advanced technologies. Technology is changing very fast. Seafarer has to come up to that with the same pace. There is a competency gap, and as somebody also mentioned earlier, that you need for higher skills in complex systems, critical thinking, and managing automation bias. The tendency to over-rely on AI. Because when you have AI, you are about to think that it's more correct. The decisions which are being taken on board can be hampered with that. So the competency has to take care of that gap. Then there has to be adaptive AI mentors. The usual 1 to 40 classroom when you are teaching has to change is to one-to-one mentorship and continuous competency mapping based on performance data such as e-analyzer. We will go into a little bit more detail on that. And then there is technology which is bringing in digital twins and HHIL. So simulators generate synthetic data and provide a human hardware in the loop environment to test technology and prove safety. So with this maritime industry trends, we are reaching where we are saying AI is not optional anymore. It is necessity for safety, compliance, and competitiveness. Then AI in operation, a sea change in efficiency. AI is moving from theory to practice, creating tangible value across the entire maritime value chain, from open oceans to narrow inland channels. Some of these topics we will go a little bit in detail: route and speed optimization, collision avoidance, just-in-time arrivals, predictive maintenance, IWT depth forecasting, and green fuel integration. I know some of these are known to you. We have cadets also here, so I will go a little bit into them. And also, as Sir had said earlier, that we are a trainer, so we have to keep that touch always. And since I am a navigator, so I will start with AI use cases in navigation. So here we have AI-driven route optimization, where we take weather forecast, ocean current, tidal stream, traffic density to determine most efficient voyage plan. Immediate benefits is reduction in fuel efficiency by 10 to 15%, decrease emissions, CO2, NOx, SOx, ensure on time arrivals, ETA accuracy within 1 hour. Now, AI technologies which are being used, reinforcement learning, it's like not complete ML, but one type of machine learning which is based on error and correction, or say reward and penalty methods used for traffic lane driving and so coming to autonomous ships also. Predictive modeling, weather and current forecasting, multi-objective optimizations, where you have to choose between different options. You are going to buy a car and you have to choose between fuel efficiency and power, two contradictory things, and then you have to make a choice. So AI is evolving its own technologies for that. Autonomous navigation and collision avoidance. So AI fuses radar, AIS, ACDIS, LIDAR, and camera, which is basically light detection and ranging. Feed to provide real-time situational awareness and suggest maneuvers. Features: object recognition, path predictions, automated maneuvering. Third case is weather routing and voyage risk forecasting. Companies are now giving full storm, cyclone, and well height, sea surface, temperature anomalies, recommending alternate safe routes. It's used by most of the shipping companies today. Capabilities: it integrates real-time satellite feed, in-cast data, predicts route-specific risk score, suggests speed reduction or diversion. So it's like a Google map with the traffic data, weather forecast, and everything. Then you have dynamic ETA and just-in-time arrival. Port of Rotterdam had successfully shown use of ETA and cuts idle time at anchorage by 20 to 30%. Reduces port congestion, demurrage, and support green corridor initiatives. Then AI enhanced electronic chart display. So smart ACDIS system overlay AI generated hazard predictions, soul detection, and route leaks layers. So gone are the time where ACDIS was just giving you alarm. Today's ACDIS, future ACDIS, which are coming up already, manufacturers are making them, will be giving you voice-assisted integration for bridge officers, anomaly detections, and TSS soling and restricted zones. Then lookout, most important rule in ROR, lookout by all available means. So new means is going to add, which is computer vision based lookout system. So AI vision systems serve as a digital lookout, identifying vessels, buoys, and hazards visually. That includes object classifications, distinguish between ships, floating debris, marine mammals, and the good part is night or low visibility operations, which will have via IR and thermal imaging. A lot of work is going on. Furuno is coming up with a new radar which can even work in restricted visibility and all those things. Integrations with AR displays. Then anomaly detection and behavior analysis. AI monitor vessel tracks to determine unsafe behaviors, rule violations, or unusual patterns, and suggest near-miss events which can be predicted, alerts for unauthorized deviations from planned route, monitors speed violations in restricted areas. Then here comes bridge decision support system, where it suggests optimal CPA-based actions. Issue risk level alerts, color-coded. In the picture, if you see the difference between red ones having lesser TPA, orange ones are having a bigger CPA, and green ones are safe to navigate. That's a big assistance. Provides voice-guided instructions. And I will add it to this, not only bridge decision support system, companies are investing into cargo decision support systems. We were working with one of the bigger shipping companies for the cargo planning decision supports. And we were generating cargo stowage plans using AI for them based on cargo tank capacity, port arrivals, grades, number of grades, draft restriction, and everything. In 7 minutes, the simulator could create few thousand alternatives. And out of that, then, the best part was not that you have a options, you have a reports. The best part was the company wanted it to run through a simulator and give you a tried, tested solutions. It's not for chief officer or duty officers to be replaced, but they are looking at a solutions which is going to be used on board, which has been tried, tested on same type of vessel. So it's not only anymore about bridge decision support system, it's going into cargo. It has been successfully delivered and is being used. Moving on, environmental and emission aware routings, which include CII, EEXI, EEDI, everybody knows about this new design energy efficient indexes, and so on. And fleet level navigation analysis for the entire fleet. Same vessel going to same ports again and again, entire fleet going to same routes or ports, and then using that data for predictions. Within inland waterways and optimizational focus for IWT, AI targets critical regional bottlenecks with respect to river depth forecasting, lock or bridge scheduling, reducing bottlenecks, and green fuel energy routing. That's what I know. Picture looks greener, right? And everything, especially cadets and all those, if AI is going to do everything, then that means we are safe, or say we can do everything by AI, right? Report says something else. The data is being shown here is from the DNV Energy Industry Insight 2024. I know it's 1 year back. Many things have changed. But this is what it says, that 70% of the use case of AI reports being in earlier stage, including planning or piloting. So whatever we saw or whatever AI is doing, 70% is in early stage. 14% reports are in an advanced stage of AI development or having live AI projects. Now consider this. What we see today in use, being used by shipping industries, maritime institutes and everything, is just 1/5 of what is in developing stage. So very soon we will be catching up. This 70% will turn into usage. Now that brings us to Mythbuster. And I remember that dialogue now. Picture abhi baki hai mere dost. Coming to that, the first myth is that AI will replace seafarer and shore staff. No. Reality is AI is augmenting, not replacing. The maritime industry still requires human judgment, especially under coal wrecks, emergencies, and critical decisions. So AI acts as a decision support system, providing predictive insight, alert, and recommendation, but final control remain with human. STCW, IMO, DNV framework still emphasize on human oversight. So even though master has been told, or say duty officer has been told this is the best action, it remains his action. Myth 2, AI makes ships fully autonomous. Reality is there is no such thing as 100% autonomous ocean-going ships. Most autonomous vessels are level 2 or 3, supervised category. Regulations, IMO mass frameworks, still mandate human presence for watchkeeping and emergency decisions. AI support autonomy light operations such as DP and automated docking, but it does not support 100% autonomous yet. Myth 3, AI navigation is always accurate. No. AI is only as good as its data. Garbage in, garbage out. A very well-known phrase. Poor sensor calibration, bad AIS data, outdated discharge can mislead AI models. AI lacks contextual seamanship. It cannot see fog banks, not yet. That's what we talked about. Or local fishing practices unless trained explicitly. Human situational awareness remains irreplaceable as of now. Myth number 4, AI is plug and play, just add a software. It's not a big deal. However, AI requires a data ecosystem, not a quick install. Needs IoT, that's your Internet of Things, sensor, like connecting your devices, physical. Sensor integrations, high quality data sets, and crew training. Cyber security and data governance framework must be in place. ROI only appears after proper calibration and model training, and it may take a long time. Next, AI decisions are always transparent and explainable. No. Reality is most AI systems are black boxes. You put the data in, you get a data out, but you don't know what happened inside. That's the black box. So it's difficult to interpret. What maritime operations require is explainable AI to justify decisions, especially under audit or accident investigation. Somebody has to still answer why that thing has happened. So explainability models are emerging. DNV AI assurance is like that. So it's not that industry does not know what's wrong and what's going on. It's changing very fast. Every another day there are some seminar or something, things keep on changing. Myth 6, AI only benefits large ocean carrier. No, that's for reality is it can be scaled for coastal and inland fleet too, like in inland waterways, it's river depth predictions, lock scheduling, fuel optimization, and analytics of RIS. SMEs can deploy AI subscription-based tools without heavy capex. It's available. Next one, AI is secure by default. No, attackers can manipulate sensor data. Spoofing radar, AIS, GPS is still possible, right? They spoofing AIS can create ghost targets around you. Right? So adversarial attacks can trick vision-based system, and for that IMO circular require AI system to undergo cyber risk assessment. A lot of cyber security framework, cyber risk assessments are undergoing. Myth 8, AI is too expensive for the real ROI. Cost, the reality is costs have dropped sharply thanks to cloud and edge computing, and continuously more and more solutions at a faster and economical rates are coming up. Right? AI is no more large machine learning. They are breaking it into rule-based learning models, small or say medium learning models. With that, the prices will come down. Many vendors offer SaaS model, ROI within 12 to 8% for route optimizations result in fuel savings of 10 to 15%. Predictive maintenance downtime reduces by 30%. Crew training skills by 20%. Yeah, it takes time, but definitely the investments are beneficial. Myth 9, AI is not regulated or approved by IMO. That's not true. Reality is regulatory frameworks are evolving. IMO's mass scoring covers AI-assisted navigation. IACS, URE 26 and 27 set cyber and AI integration guidelines. DNV AI assurance or Lloyd registers digital assurance certifying AI algorithms. India DG Shipping Smart Maritime India roadmap includes AI for RIS as well as IWT. So what Captain Joseph had told in the morning, they are already rolled out these things. Myth 10, AI is just software, it does not change training needs. Reality is AI adoption demands new skills and competency framework. Officers need data literacy, AI awareness, and HMI proficiency. For a company, it is easier to put an AI system on board. Training a seafarers for that takes more time than fitting the system itself. AI simulators, whether it is ARI Bridge, GMDSS, ERS, they enable adaptive, progressive learning and scenario-based competence. IMO and STCW revisions post-2027 will include AI-based operational training modules, and that's where training comes into play. So that's where AI in training. So over there, training cycles are too slow, creating an immediate competency deficit on the bridge and in naval. So we are seeing on one side, technology is evolving faster, on another side, we have a shortage of trained seafarers. Another challenge which is there, that the one size fits all model is failed. 1:40 classroom character will be changing now because each learner is unique. They have their own attitude, speed, and motivation. This outdated model of one size fits all leads to skill degradation and failure rates in complex operational scenarios. So we have to go to need for 1:1 mentoring. We have to find solutions where the high stakes training, the teacher to student ratio of 1:40 is gone, specific adaptive help and guidance, which is AI driven learning, is only scalable way to achieve this. So I will use a little bit for AI simulation. Here we have AI and simulation, including hybrid simulators, adaptive assessment, wind fuels, E-analyzer and E-observer. When we are talking about this, it has a direct feed from simulator, lights, ahead to cut down and let's quickly turn around where the future looks like. So there will be co-pilots, mixed reality solutions with AI and predictive operational analysis. And that brings me to my last slide, a call to action for a competitive future. All three pillars, institutes, companies and regulators has to come together. Institutes has to embrace new platform and technologies which include cloud simulator, adaptive assessment also. Companies to invest in next-gen training solutions. Regulators to support pilot projects and creating clear frameworks. The synergy between these three pillars is crucial to make AI a necessity, not an option, and to ensure our waterway become the backbone of sustainable logistics. AI is necessary, AI is that much should be allowed. Thanks.
Thank you, Captain Bachas. It was a very elaborative presentation, clearing doubts, myths, as well as also explaining what is in line to come. Now I will, because there's short of time, I'll request our next speaker, Mr. Bhanu, who is a sailing seafarer, commenced his career with Tanker Pacific in 2010. So pre-sea training at ARI. He's currently sailing as Chief Officer with Anglo Eastern Ship Management and has primarily sailed on oil tankers ranging from product carriers to Suezmax, and he's presently undergoing ASM certificate classes, and he's passionate about the future of shipping industry, and he's particularly focused on enhancing seafarer training standards and modernizing the maritime education system with a strong emphasis on the role of automation in shipping. Mr. Bhanu.
Respected guest of honor, Captain Anish Joseph, Captain John Lloyd, Captain Solanki, Captain Mittal, and distinguished audience. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share the perspective of a seafarer. Virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence in shipping. And third, geopolitical issues in shipping. As an active seafarer, let me begin with the gaps in the present training. Modernized shipping, but traditional training. As an active seafarer, I personally feel the mandatory training that one has to go through has very little connectivity with the job for which the seafarer is being trained for. The STCW Foundation was laid in 1978, and it has been 47 years since its inception, and we were nowhere near standardization, which becomes evident on board experience when one sails with multinational officers. I agree that 1995 amendments gave some teeth to the STCW convention, which was enhanced a bit in 2010 revision, but unfortunately we are still working on the foundation laid down in 1978. When the foundation itself is obsolete, the revisions are based to feed the foundation. I say this with experience. Whatever I learn in the classroom during the mandatory competency is focused on theoretical concepts, and therefore nowhere near on how I am going to apply that practically on board. For example, we are taught the principle of shearing forces and bending moments, and that too for a box-shaped vessels. We are assessed with a mandatory question on the same box-shaped vessel in the written assessment. So far, so good. The conceptual understanding has to begin with box-shaped vessel. The issue is that it stops at that. My question is, with this, it is sufficient for a chief officer to immediately start working accurately on a lodicator on a ship? Is the maritime industry justified in blaming that the chief officer cannot work on a lodicator? Should not the theoretical concept of shearing forces and bending moments for a box-shaped vessel lead to a mandatory modular course on a lodicator to prepare a seafarer to work accurately on the same as the chief officer on board? The writing on the wall, but unfortunately very few are prepared to read it, and we are talking of maritime automated surface ships. Have we prepared a seafarer for working on board ships of today, which at best are in transition towards automation? And we are talking of maritime automated surface ship. For me, this is actually hilarious. Now, role of virtual reality, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence in shipping. When we apply all of this to maritime domain, for me it is a misnomer. Why? I say this because the maritime training domain is as per the STCW convention, which is fixated on theoretical concepts. It begins and ends with it. I am not completely against the understanding of theoretical concepts, nor I am suggesting that such training has to become zero. All I am suggesting that the focus and emphasis should be to reduce on the theoretical concepts and enhance to the practical elements that are actually required on board the ships of today. There is no need to spend hours and hours on the outdated requirements of learning to find the ship position by solving a cocked head. Where the emphasis must shift on practical passage planning requirements of today. We all hear of over-reliance on technology by the seafarers of today. Are we really justified? My answer is no. This is because when a seafarer is not trained practically, when the seafarer is finding a gap between the focus on theoretical training in classroom and no application of the same on board a ship, what option are we leaving the officer of the watch? Just focus on the technology given to you because your training has got nothing to do with this. Is not the gap hilarious? The reason given as a justification to theoretical concept is the what if the technology fails on the ship? My question is, what is the probability of technology failing on the ship? Believe me, the probability is extremely low. That is, what my point is, the probability is extremely low, but definitely not zero. Therefore, the extent of theoretical training has to reduce, only limited to the probability of technology failure on board, and practical training substantially enhanced. We have the latest amendment to the ISM code that the cyber security must be inbuilt in the system. Yes, does the STCW train the seafarer to understand the cyber world on board before telling to be aware of its threat? It is like building the first floor before the ground floor. In the absence of applicable training, a seafarer is bound to have many questions while on board, such as, I don't find any relation between what mandatory training I have had to take and what I am doing on board. So with rapid technological advancement, am I going to lose my job in the future? The answer to this question is no, and this is because as a seafarer, I will require to have different skill set in the future. My question therefore is the present maritime training scenario leading towards such a transition? We seriously need to address this issue. Now I am going to address geopolitical issue. Lastly, I would like to make a brief mention of the geopolitical issue from the perspective that it affects a seafarer on board. I would like to highlight the issue of maritime piracy as well as hijacking of merchant ships on the Red Sea. Who is at risk? The helpless seafarer on board? Is the global maritime community even looking in that direction? We all know the answer. Along with investing on maritime technology, the global maritime world must keep the seafarer in the focus for training to protect the seafarer. Cyber security is fine, but about seafarer security. In last, I would like to summarize that seafarers are not the problem. It is the absence of the successful training as well as not caring about seafarer security on board are the real issues. So I request the international shipping bodies to work together towards this before diving into anything else. Along with all of you as a seafarer, even I want to step on board with confidence that I am not only practically and thoroughly trained, but I also feel secure to work on ship. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Banu. I think it was a very well thought through talk, and I 100% believe that the onus is initially on the trainers, and I'm talking with experience now of over 25 years in the training industry. So where we need to look inwards as training institute, as trainers and examiners. It is the trainers who actually make googlies, are still repeating with cocked hats. It should have been done away with long time back. I remember when I used to frame questions, we had actually done, a lot of them were done away to some extent, but I think the process should have continued and needs to continue. We really need to think inwards, including the, you can say SSTP and the other systems which are presently in place, that needs to be looked at from this point of view, and with the technology, you can say with more insight of technology, so the technology must be used. I think way back in 2012, I had given a presentation to DG Shipping at that time to include certain of these aspects like Laudicator, etc. Into modular courses. So we have to actually move towards modular courses to not, now if say a cargo examination is there, cargo function examination, why everyone has to learn gas tankers or with oil tanker if he's not going to work on? His life is going to be on a container vessel or a bulk carrier. So I think that could be some aspect can be taught, but more going in details can be left to, you can say, modular courses. So I think that there's a point we at, can say the Nautical Association here, we will also write on this to DG Shipping from after, you can say, conclusion of this seminar. Captain Mittal, please take a note, so we write about the aspects on this. And before that, I think we have a questionnaire. Yeah, question. Before, just a question, no? Yeah, question. Okay, we have a questionnaire session, which is basically will be led by Captain Sojana Sinha, who is a postgraduate from WMU, and his study was Maritime Administration with specialization in marine environment protection. Subsequent to his graduation, he was working at WMU for 2 years, and thereafter his experience brought him to work with the Commonwealth as Marine Affairs Advisor to the Government of Jamaica, with Swedish International Development Agency for conducting the environmental study for expansion of Port of Colombo. He is presently Director Academic Research with ARI, New Delhi. A prolific writer, he has published 14 papers in maritime journals in India and abroad, a member of Nautical Institute and fellow of CMMI. Captain Sinha was the first recipient of Sailor Today Award for exemplary achievement by Indian Seafarer. Captain Sojina, please put the question.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, I'm not making a presentation. And it is more of a survey questionnaire. And before introducing that, I'll just very briefly, share a few thoughts. I'm very passionate about trading. And we have heard the term from a past generation, necessary evil, which was parents, used to refer to marriage being a necessary evil. I'm not getting into that, but if you really ask me, STCW is the necessary evil of today. No matter what, as all of you and in the past have suggested, that in which direction it is moving, the companies want to do, but at the end of the day, you cannot deviate from the mandatory requirement of the STCW. And why I am picking up this point, because STCW is presently under revision, likely to be coming out in 2028. And just to share with you, during the 2010 revision, it was decided that the STCW will be revised every 10 years, which should have started in 2020, but because of the COVID pandemic, it has deferred, fair enough. But if it is coming out in 2028, the next revision would be due in 2038, 13 years from now. My question again is that is the present STCW revision is going to be preparing a seafarer till 2040? Well, this is the time to make the change. We need to throw out the archaic and obsolete foundation of the STCW 1978, because whether in 1995 or 2010, the foundation remained the same. We just shifted the blocks a little bit, adding something, removing something. That approach with what Captain Amit Bachas mentioned is the way the maritime industry moving towards. Will the revision prepare the seafarer of 2040? If the answer is no, let's stop the revision. It is just going to be nothing. Keeping that in mind so that we can realistically take it forward. It's a very small questionnaire from a seafarer point of view, with a focus little, basically what kind of issues you presently face on board, be it as Chief Officer Bhalo has mentioned about the gaps. I'm not saying you have to, but in case you feel that there is a gap in what mandatorily you have to be trained for and what you actually face with the job at hand. Are there any other issues that you might be facing on board, say mental health issues or lack of shore leave, physical isolation? And plus a little bit of introductory question on whether you are aware of the boom in the inland water transport sector in India. So I can assure you, it will take about 8 to 10 minutes max. And ideally, one would want that if we can get a feedback, but I'll not insist on that, because the last question, thanks Niobi for that keep an open-ended question that do you have any further comments that can take time. This questionnaire will be open. I've kept it open till 31st of December. So my request is you can please forward this QR code, which will open, which you can do it now, to as many people you know, your peer group, your batchmates, your friends, families, X, Y, Z, so that over a 2-month period, we are able to actually get some empirical data, analyze it. And incidentally, the first question, it is mandatory, is your email ID. And I can assure you, you have my word of order, that on that email, once the data has been analyzed, it will be shared with you by me through the Nautical Institute Delhi. And also that in case if we plan to take it further, the seafarer's voice has to be heard. As it is said that I don't wish to be seen, but I want to be heard. I think that's more applicable to a seafarer who's rarely seen, but unfortunately, he or she is neither heard. It's high time that a seafarer's voice is heard, and this is a small step, my endeavor. So you can just click on this, answer, take your time, but and the time is 31st of December. Thank you very much for your cooperation, and I wish all the best. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I request Captain John to please give away the mementos to Captain Mohit Kapoor.
एक ग्रुप फोटो ले लीजिए। May I request Naomi Riwari to come at the dais for being so supportive for the seminar as our co-sponsor from ARI. Captain Saurabh Bashne. Can someone give a call to Captain Saurabh Bashne? Acha, Captain Kalra can take. Thank you, gentlemen, being patient till the end, and we see very large gathering is still present. That is a very good motivating factor for all of us. But the session does not end without giving thanks to the people who have supported us, the institutes and the companies who have also come forward to help for this cause. The three co-sponsors which I have already announced, Applied Research International, ARI Simulation Gen Technology, and International Maritime Institute. Without their support, this seminar would not have been a possibility. The institutes and shipping companies which also came forward for the cause was Anglo-Eastern Maritime Training Center. Let's have a big round of applause for all. Yes. Dynacom Tankers, MSC Ship Management, Farsi Shipping Agency, VR Maritime, and Shriram Institute of Marine Studies. Thanks to all, and I do really appreciate that all of you came here to attend this seminar, and it has made it a successful event. Thank you. We look forward to having you for next seminar again. Let's see when it happens quickly. Thank you so much. Yes, we would now request all the participants and attendees to proceed for lunch. Lunch is ready right ahead in the hall. Thank you.